all today, by the way? Um, Good to see everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Igbinola, thank you so much for the message. For the comment. HRH, welcome. Just becoming good to see you. Fitila, many people I can't mention now. Any folks whose names I cannot mention, but I have to scroll. Let me scroll just a little bit. Yeah, I see Dark Port, Iremide, Ibujinodu. Thank you very much, Jay. Iletia, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Oloye, thank you. And thank you for liking the live. So we're starting. We started since 1. Been enjoying music. And now we're on 27.4K on TikTok. So like we always do, a little housekeeping before we get into the program proper. Good morning, Tigot. Good to see you. Before getting into the program proper, please, if you're on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon beside the name, Busui Oris. Please click on the icon. If you are not a member of the team, join the team. If you're already a member, drop a gift, a heart me. These things help the live a lot. So please, just before we get into all of this, let's do that, as well as like and share the live before we get into Orogogogogo. So Ejo, let's quickly do that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the heart me's. Thank you. Please let everyone do it on TikTok. Heart me is, but the heart me is the least you could give. You can give more if you want, but the whole idea is that when you do such gifts, TikTok, it's able to get us on the FYP. Okay, so please, let's do that while we're getting started, and also share the live. If you're on YouTube, on Facebook, please share with your contact. So let's just take like a minute or two to quickly do these things, and then we'll get into the session proper. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Shojo Rolodoi, Ojuro Tiwa. Shmoshile Roleta Shao. Òjò ìbùkún yóò sì rọ̀, ìlérí ìfẹ́ lèyí. A ó ní ìtura dídùn látọ̀dọ̀ Olùgbàlà. Òjò ìbùkún. All right. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you. It's about to rain here in Ilorin. Oh, okay. Òjò ìtura ló máa jẹ́ o. All right, I think we're good. Well, I'm good here. I think I see people are joining the team and also liking the live. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your support. So somewhere in the midst of all the stuff we've been doing, I decided to visit I'm always in the library, to be honest, but I visited a particular shelf and I found a couple of books. Actually, more than a couple. I think there are 3. But I will share from 2 of them today to help with our conversation. But thanks, everyone. Thank you for being here. Before we get into the conversation, let's start with the news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours. We'll have that, and then we'll get into the topic of today. It's still Victor Banjo, but you know that normally we're not just talking about the person, we're talking about a lot of things that happened and other characters in the story to help us, make sense of the past. So we're using him essentially as a launch pad, so to speak, into getting into other information. Let me start with what I consider to be uh, no, it's going to be the last thing I say. Dear, dear. Don't worry. Because if I start talking about that thing, I won't talk about anything else. All right, let's start with Dele Adeoju's message to Omoyele Showore. It says, Dear Egbon, I know you are different and unlike the thieving Nigerian politicians, but please consider joining the coalition, sir. Forget about what will people say about your long-lasting principles and ideological values, and so on. Extraordinary circumstances calls for extraordinary measures. You will earn the permanent respect and admiration of all Nigerians if you make such a painful sacrifice. Politics is different from morality and activism. It is a game of numbers. Let me also say that even in churches, there are witches and wizards. Everyone already knows that you are uncompromising and different, and you have nothing to prove to critics. You will never, sorry, you have nothing to prove to critics who will never like you anyway because of their support for their preferred candidates. Just consider the idea of joining the coalition, sir. Respect and love always, even if you don't join. No, you shouldn't join. If I had access to if I could write, I mean, I'm already using social media. You shouldn't join. You shouldn't. But also, you should also understand that where he's needed is not where he's not needed in the executive. To be honest, he's not. He will do better, in my opinion. But again, that's just my opinion. He will do better as a legislator to fight for the people and to get them representation. But Adeojo apparently is trying to woo him. Why he's doing so, I have no idea. Um, let me let's move on from there. Meanwhile, the coalition happened yesterday. What was it 2 days ago? We saw the meetings, different groups of people meeting. Um, um, it was quite interesting. Strange bedfellows, everybody in the same place. Uh, we'll see how it goes in the next coming days, or in the coming days. By the way, I'm even watching a video right now. If you're Yoruba, I'm sure you're going to understand the words. Folks on YouTube, thank you for joining us. Abimbola Oyelowo, thank you so much for being here. Please let's like the live if you're on YouTube. Kindly like the live so that to also attract other people to see what we're doing. But let me play something for you guys. It's from Ogbeni Raouf Aregbe. It's a I don't know what to say. Um, Mbo. All right, all right, all right, all right. Orin Otel, other than Consing. It's quite funny considering how close he was to the president, or maybe he's still close. Maybe we're the ones who don't really get it. But yeah, so speaking about the party that they are now um, using as a platform, which is quite interesting. Wait though. Anyway, let me not. you have a party, they have a structure, and then these guys come in, and then suddenly they have an interim chairman and secretary. So apparently there are some things going on there. So I want to play something from Dr. Dumebi, who was the presidential candidate of the ADC in 2023 election. So please take a listen to this. It was an interview on channels. I think it's going to help us understand this a bit more. Please take a listen.
Because this platform they raised, they said, is a new platform to rescue Nigeria. And you're suddenly coming up to attacking it. Are you an enemy of Nigeria as they proclaim you to be today?
They are enemies of Nigeria. They are enemies of progress. Nigerians can no longer be fooled. Nigerians from all walks of life will watch the videos. I just saw the clip today. And in that hall, what you saw were former this, former that, former this, former that, former this, former vice president, former governors, former ministers, all former this, former that, and all taking Nigeria to former glory. They never take Nigeria forward. The same people who have ruled Nigeria for the last 4 decades, where are we as a country? A nation where 80% of our population are poor. The same people who burnt our country, brought our country to its knees, are the same people who claim their fire brigade trying to put out the fire. The population of Nigeria, 70% of our population are youths. Where are the youths in that gathering you saw? A bunch of geriatrics. 70% of them are above 75 years old. And you will think that these people are trying to rescue Nigeria. They are political jobbers, political office holders who have no business. What they do from 9 to 5 is sit in their houses, complain about government just for political positions. That's all they do.
Are you an APC member?
I'm not an APC. I am.
It sounds like you're talking for the APC.
I am speaking on behalf of ADC, on behalf of Nigerians, on behalf of the masses who are tired of these old people. Who are tired. I weep for Nigeria. I weep for my generation who lost opportunity for leadership because we're not trusted, we're not entrusted with anything. The same people who I watched as a child, I heard their name on TV, read them in the news, are the same people who are ruling us, who still want to rule us. You believe that having Asiwaju as president of Nigeria today, and anybody want to take over from Asiwaju today, it should be still a bunch of old people who destroyed our country? They have nothing to offer, Shehu. We're living in a new age, in a new world. These guys have nothing. They can't even understand the language their kids speak. 70% of the population are under 30 years old, Shehu. And you think that the myriad issues we face as a people will be solved by these people? When they held office, Shehu, what did they do? What did they do to solve our problem that they want to solve today? I saw a lot of those people there were former ministers in the last administration, 8 years of President Buhari. Where did Buhari take this country to? 8 years ago, 8 years they were ruling this country. And today they come and say they are trying to salvage this country, save this country from what? From themselves and from their past misdeeds. You know? Let's get real. I weep for Nigeria. I weep for the use of this country.
All right. 1 second. I want to play something else from the same man. Dr. Dumebi, he's called.
And fellow Nigerians, it's with the greatest amusement that I watch the former vice president. Dear ADC family and fellow Nigerians, it's with the greatest amusement that I watch the former vice president Atiku Abubakar-led group announce their takeover of the national leadership of the African Democratic Congress. As is expected, I have been inundated with a lot of calls and messages seeking my reaction to the unfolding dramedy. The facts of the matter are as follows. The Atiku-led group are in some form of alliance with the former leadership of the party led by Ralph Nwosu. The tenure of the Nwosu-led executive lapsed on August 21st, 2022, and his continued parade of himself as the chairman of the party was and is the subject of various litigations in different courts across the country. From the foregoing, I want to then pose the following questions. Can you build something on nothing? Can you shave a man's hair in his absence? Can you enter a man's house through the back door and declare yourself the landlord? These yesterday's men who represent a bad chapter in Nigeria's past have bought bad markets from a man who represents a bad chapter in ADC's past. Nigerians have watched in amazement as this group of mostly geriatrics shopped around for a party to prosecute their chopping must continue ambition. This further cements the opinion most hold that political parties in Nigeria stand for nothing and will fall for anything. They have told us that they are fighting for the rights of ordinary Nigerians and that they are on a rescue mission. But what is confusing to the Nigerians they want to rescue is that these men, made up of a former vice president, former governors, ministers, and political office holders, are the same people who have presided over the affairs of this nation for the past 4 decades. We have...
Oh, sorry about that. All right, so it's quite long. We're not going to play everything, but just to give you an idea, that it looks like there's something brewing in the ADC, the new party that they're putting together. Moving away from there, I would like to just quickly listen to Ikechukwu, who is the Executive Director of Development Specs Academy, is saying something on obedience and the Labour Party. And I'd like to just, maybe not everything though, because it's quite long, but he says something about the Obedient Party the Obedience and Labour Party wasting time on speech making and self-adulation.
A coalition of... You cannot have a coalition of people who are not only disgruntled, but all of them have had very disturbing relationships with each other in the past, have ideological differences, and they are also nearly all of them angling for the position, who will step down for the other. Secondly, all this talk about coalition we are talking about, apart from Abuja, Lagos, and maybe press releases, what efforts are being made at the levels below the national, even the periphery of the national, to create some kind of understanding, some kind of building backwards that, look, let's go to our party members in the state and tell them it's in our interest to do this. They want to form a coalition at the top and with it rule Nigeria. So that is problem number one. Problem number two, look at the relationship between nearly all of them. Remember that El-Rufai has the challenge of the Muslim ticket. Then Babachir is a diehard Christian. Many people think that Atiku Abubakar should step down. Rotimi Amechi is on the table, and some of us are not entirely sure what he's bringing to that table. David Mark is there also, 3-time Senate president with a lot of clout, among other things. Picture a room where all of them are sitting together to form a government for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. How will the conversation go? What are the policy issues they will bring up? They are likely to discuss positions. Who will be vice president, who will be... It's not about development, even though the intention on the table, on the pretext, is development. The concern is to remove the APC government. Supposing, for instance, in doing this, they are telling us this is what we want to put on the table once we get rid of the APC. You see, there will be a basis for conversation. But to sound very angry, to tell us Nigeria, all of us are suffering, we know that, including those who are telling us that we are suffering. What do you intend to do about it? What are the alternative policies? What strategies are in place? The parties in which you are today, are they doing well? Is there internal democracy in those parties? The states where your party is governing today, are they doing well? Are the governors exceptional? When you consider all of these, then that's why I look at the whole coalition talk with a lot of pessimism. For simple reason that whereas it would be wonderful for them to displace the APC and replace APC by some or whatever name they choose to call the party, the question I ask myself is, are they really preparing to do that? There's a difference between...
All right, so we're just getting different reactions based on the coalition that you just put together. I'm going to play one more before we get into other matters. But before I play that, Alex Otis says, I am still a Labour Party member and not in any coalition. So he has chosen to remain in Labour Party, at least for now, because, I mean, it's politics. One day is a very long time. 24 hours can be like 24 years. Anything can happen. But moving on, I'd like to listen to this this program is actually called, I think it's on VON, Voice of Nigeria, I think. Please, VOP rather, Voice of the People. So please take a listen to this analysis of this whole idea of the coalition.
Of delusion that is affecting somebody like El-Rufai. He doesn't have political capital anymore. The only thing he can do is just to queue behind those who have that political capital and then maximize his gains.
Okay, so let's talk about the faith and the unity of the coalition now, because the proposed opposition coalition has met with a lot of skepticism, and you have also come up with your own thoughts on this too. But some critics have also questioned the unity and viability of this coalition. What are the chances of the success of this coalition, and how can it overcome potential challenges?
The chances are...
Because that's what the alternative Nigerians have. If you really want to unseat Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then...
There is no alternative in that group.
In that coalition.
That house was built on quicksand, and wind will blow it away, because it is a combination of unbridled ambition, vendetta, vengeance, malice.
But a lot of that also came together to birth the All Progressives Congress, APC, in 2014.
No, All Progressive Congress came because there was an arrowhead, which was Buhari. And everybody felt he has that integrity mantra. And he has followership over the years.
But Atiku contested in that same primary and allowed a Buhari, regardless of
the outcome. He had no choice. Buhari was like a moving train in 2014. He had no choice at that time. Who could have upset Buhari with the strong political capital that he was bringing to the coalition? Buhari started with ANPP,
right? Later
APP, CPC, before finally arriving at
APC.
And the only thing that was working against Buhari at that time was that handshake beyond the Niger.
Yeah.
Which he got
to spread his wing beyond the north.
Which he got from ACN. And so it was complete.
So ACN was more like the southern bloc, while the CPC was the northern bloc.
Exactly.
But with all the persons coming together in the ADA right now, or the coalition?
Who are the people coming together? I've listed 4.
There is David Mark, there is
Atiku
Abubakar, there is Rotimi Amechi, there is El-Rufai. There is Peter Obi that is part of the conversation, even though he has not said anything concrete.
David Mark is a spent politician. So he's don't. Amechi is coming with vendetta. I was humiliated by the current president during primaries that they had to sulk, you know. So he feels I need to take my pound of flesh. That is why he's in that bed.
Right.
El-Rufai felt injured because they betrayed him by reloading him to public ridicule and shame by allowing him to face the Senate.
And still not
and still they truncated his ambition of becoming a minister. So it's payback time. There is this grand...
All right. One of the people this man mentioned is El-Rufai. El-Rufai granted an interview a while back, and I'm going somewhere with all of this. So a while back, he granted an interview, and this is what he had to say about Peter Obi. Please take a listen to this.
Win any election. Peter Obi is polling 1% in Sokoto, 2% in Katsina, 5% in Kano. That's where the votes are. All states are not equal. The fact that you are doing 70% in Anambra State does not mean somebody doing 10% in Kano is not better than you. Kano is 4 million votes that actually happen. Anambra is what? The number of votes in Anambra is the size of one local government in Kaduna State. So all states are not equal. If you poll states and you make them equal, yes, Peter Obi will sweep the southeastern states. He will do well in South-South. Where else? He's not polling well in Southwest, other than a drop in the ocean in Lagos. He's polling in the Christian enclaves in the north. He's polling well, but how many are they? How many? Peter Obi cannot win the election. He doesn't have the number of states. He doesn't have 25% in more than, the last time we checked, in more than 16 states. He can't go anywhere. Peter Obi is a Nollywood actor, and that's all he will be.
Wonderful. All right. So apart from Peter Obi, by the way, Peter Obi and this gentleman are now together in the coalition. So I guess they're going to be producing a movie for us very soon, since one is an actor and one has the wherewithal to make something like that happen. So that would be nice. Guess what? They are politicians. Am I surprised? Absolutely not. The crazy part is, Aboy, good to see you, my brother, on YouTube. The crazy thing is the folks who keep shouting, the structure of criminality. Structure of criminality. He's a saint. Is the Messiah. He will change. All right. Hopefully, people are learning, in real time. Politicians will always be politicians. All right. Meanwhile, I was playing a song. Somebody said he didn't hear it properly. I'll play it a bit. But you know the crazy part? Let me tell you one crazy part about this whole thing, especially for Yoruba people, young Yoruba people in all this the movement. Tunde Onokoya met with the president, and for 2 straight weeks, insult, insult, insult. Peter Obi is meeting with the same El-Rufai, and they're having a coalition, and nobody has said anything against him. Like somebody says on Twitter, we all know what we are doing. We all know what we're doing. So that's, and I hope they're actually seeing it, and I hope we all are seeing it, so that nobody is made to feel like, oh, go sing a cotton shell. Okay. One more video, and then I'll read something to you guys. Yeah, this is the Aregbe last story I was playing. Telek Boleko. There's another version. That's the special number from our brethren in that side of town. In other news, the Supreme Court, there's been a case at the Supreme Court for who is the authentic chairman of the ADC Nigeria, and that case has been pending since 2022. Another group led by Oga has filed a fresh suit before Justice Omotosho, seeking against any injunction to restrain INEC from recognizing any merger or coalition until Supreme Court resolves chairmanship dispute. All right, so it is well. Moving on from there, let's read something from the president. This is Vanguard, I think. Yes. We are changing Nigeria's infrastructure. We're changing Nigeria's infrastructure development story, Tinubu. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transforming Nigeria's infrastructure landscape through the execution of tangible, people-centered projects across the country. Speaking on Wednesday during the commissioning of the dualized and upgraded Ushafa to War College Army Checkpoint Road and other ancillary roads in Buari Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, the President, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, emphasized that the administration is working to build a Nigeria where every community is connected, every business thrives, and every citizen enjoys dignity and opportunity. President Tinubu said the recent rollout of infrastructure projects nationwide reflects his administration's focus on inclusive growth. Quote, "We have transformed a path of frustration into a corridor of opportunity. These dualized and upgraded roads will not only ease traffic congestion, they will breathe new life into economic activities, improve access to education and healthcare, and uplift the overall quality of life for the good people of Ushafa, Buari, and neighboring communities," he said. We also have news of something similar happening in Lagos. At the commissioning of a road in Lagos State, the governor interacted with the people, and I kind of like this kind of interaction, so I'm going to play this. Please take a listen to this.
But they must clear out the road. That's why.
That actually warms my heart. The fact that he was able to communicate with the people directly, and we're asking, oh, I think she, oh my she, olórí gbèsè bá lọ fi pé kò ní lọ láti gbọ́ Yorùbá tó bá pé ṣé Yorùbá la fẹ́ jẹ́ dé la fẹ́ jẹ ni. Meanwhile, something very interesting happened. It's petty, that's why I didn't talk about it, but like I said, from time to time I'll be talking petty stuff. A young lady, an Igbo girl, was having a conversation with somebody, said she's learning, and they went on her page on Twitter. I don't know if it was on her page, but underneath the video, the comment section, insulted the heck out of this girl for not being able to speak the language. And they have a right to do whatever they want to do about it. But guess what? If language is so important to you, how come you are telling us that the person who wants to represent us in our land doesn't have to know how to speak Yoruba language? You see the stupidity in this and the hypocrisy. But yeah, we're going to move away from there. I want to end with something that happened at the NBA. But first, I'll play a couple of videos, then I'll now say what I want to say. This video I'm about to play is about a development in Ghana. Something's happening in Ghana, and Ghanaians, I think there are two videos. Ghanaians are speaking up, and I want you to take a listen to this.
Is a disturbing development creeping up in Ghana, and every well-meaning Ghanaian will have to sit up and grant me your attention for just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. A man born in Nigeria who settled in Ghana some decades ago and over time became well-respected leader among his tribesmen has now set up a kingdom for himself in our country, ladies and gentlemen. He is an Igbo man bearing the title Eze Chukudi Ihenetu. I hope I'm saying it right. He has the title Eze in the Igbo Ghana, which translates King of Igbo people in Ghana. His tribesmen in Ghana crowned him this position and the title in 2012. And these are his images, ladies and gentlemen. A very fine gentleman whom we are told is married to a Ghanaian. And as a typical Ghanaian, ladies and gentlemen, I have no problem with that at all. But many people, including myself, will have a problem with anyone or any situation that has the potential to undermine our sovereignty as a republic. What has made our country livable for all people for many years is our hospitality towards one another and to foreigners, ladies and gentlemen. And that cannot be circumvented by any external tribe nor group of people. Ghana has a common chieftaincy practice of installing foreigners as development chiefs for the purpose of providing value to our local communities. This is a typical thing in Ghana. And hence, I thought what this man and his tribesmen were doing was something in line of that. Until, ladies and gentlemen, I read from an internet publication that they, and I mean the Igbo people, or he as a king in Ghana, has acquired acres of lands to build an Igbo town and establish an Igbo kingdom within Ghana. This is where I became disturbed, even though I'm yet to see any substantive evidence for this acquisition. That would be totally unacceptable, ladies and gentlemen. Fellow Ghanaians, I want to believe this is a falsified story. But if not, this is not something we should entertain or allow to continue. Ghana is a sovereign country alongside our kings and our chiefs. They are called kings and chiefs for historical reasons. They have fought and protected their lands and been the source of the unity of our people till this modern era. It is not a title given out of charity, ladies and gentlemen. There is a meaning and a story behind every stool or throne in Ghana. There is a story behind every stool, land, and family lineage that authenticates the royalty of our kings and chiefs. These institutions are not to be toyed with nor replicated in any shape or form, ladies and gentlemen. People have fought and died in the protection of their clans and tribes and lands in Ghana. It used to be our system of governance before the colonizers came in, and therefore should be respected whether by foreigners or locals, ladies and gentlemen. What is happening with this self-acclaimed king of Igbos in Ghana, if true, will be a direct infringement on our chieftaincy structure and the sovereignty of our country as a whole. This cannot happen in any other region outside of Accra, and even in Nigeria. Can this even happen in Ashanti region, ladies and gentlemen, or any of the northern regions? In fact, this shouldn't happen in any other country, and shouldn't happen for that matter in Ghana. The Igbo people of Biafra need a king and true leadership in these times of struggle for an Igbo nation. That cannot be done in a strange land. What this man is trying to do in Ghana will undermine his own people's effort for freedom from Nigeria. And I don't think his intention is to create a kingdom here in Ghana and move his people along. If he indeed has the resources and the know-how to lead his people, this is the time to stand up strong for your people in Abia and Anambra and Ibonyi and Enugu and in Imo states in Nigeria. Biafra is at crossroads with the federal government of Nigeria, and we as Ghanaians don't want to meddle in that. To be crowned.
All right. He has a lot to say, and I feel his pain. The stupidity is becoming international now. So, say it's bigotry. What are you going to call this one? Bigotry, Abi? Another person's. You know what? Let's listen just a little bit more because it's still playing. But I'm going to solve it at some point because I done that video.
One reason we have to make this topical is because of how politicians relate with them. During the times of the formal government or the president, this man was seen, invited, and associated with the leadership of our country. And before the elections were held last year, he paid a visit to our current president. This is what he has used to gain for himself the popularity and the needed attention, ladies and gentlemen. But that's definitely not what Ghana needs at this time. We are not in need of more kings and chiefs, ladies and gentlemen. We have a diplomatic relationship with Nigeria, and that should be observed. The idea of our immigration officers inviting him and working with him is not going to be a healthy thing for Ghana and Nigeria's relationship in the long run. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to pay attention to all these. Nigeria has a high commissioner in Ghana. He is the representation of Nigerian government in Ghana. He is the one to be consulted or engaged on whatever the issues may be. Ladies and gentlemen, we the people of Ghana must be vigilant with the happenings in our country. We have come a long way with our differences, and that shouldn't be undermined under any circumstance. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome people from every part of Africa and the world to our country, because that is who we are as a people. We are inherently peaceful people who just want to go about our business and live in peace with all men. We have what many African countries never had. We are one of the few African countries that has never experienced a civil war since independence, and we've had a stable democracy in the last 33 years. We have successfully seen the transition of political powers in that time frame, ladies and gentlemen, and we cannot be naive of the threats to these achievements. There is absolutely no need nor room for an Igbo king of Ghana or Yoruba king of Ghana or any sort of king on our land. How does it even work, ladies and gentlemen? Does it mean we will have to resort to him when an Igbo person is at loggerheads with our laws or not? That cannot be, because no Nigerian travels to Ghana or to any country on a passport issued by an Igbo state. It is Nigeria we deal with, and should remain so until there is a country called Igbo. Nigeria is a friend and a strategic partner of Ghana, and that is how far it should go. A similar thing was happening in the Adan area in the Greater Accra region, when a group of Lebanese people bought lands and wanted to build a Lebanese community that will prohibit Ghanaians from accessing it, ladies and gentlemen. They likewise wanted a town and a system for themselves within Ghana. Could that ever happen in Lebanon or in Nigeria for Ghanaians under any circumstance? Ladies and gentlemen, let's be guided and not be naive. What then becomes of our originality should that happen on our soil? It is true that historically, the Ga tribe originated from an Igbo community in Nigeria, but those who actually migrated left for a reason and chose to stay and not return. They have since then installed their own kings and chiefs at this point and contributed significantly to our nation's building. The Ga tribe in Ghana live a completely different reality from the Igbos in Nigeria. Don't let the few overlapping cultural similarities confuse you.
Actually, they made a mistake. The Ga have nothing to do with the Igbo. They actually have everything to do with the Yoruba people. They traveled all the way to meet the Oni some years ago. And the king of Ga also invited the Oni during the inauguration of the present president of Ghana. One more video. You know what they're saying? Who must go in Ghana? They're mentioning the ethnic group. See, Yoruba people have been in Ghana for more than 200 years. I'm not even talking about the Gas or the Brahma. I'm talking about I want to I want Yoruba. I want to for a very long time. My sister Ronke. I want to Wambe ti pẹ́. Àwọn eléyìí débẹ̀ kò tí tó dùn ta. Ó ti dé point tó jẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn wá ń sọ wípé Igbo must go. Like, how? When we talk, people say, to be honest, this culture is underdeveloped. Because there's no way on earth where whatever that person did 1,000 years ago, you want to do it in 2025. And no, you're not doing it in your hometown. You're going to do it everywhere else. And then you are going to establish small places and call yourself kings there. And who knows what's going to happen in the next 2 generations? We are indigenous to that place now. It's not 1600 though. Is is in the 1800s. It's the mid 18th century, not 1600. Abba. The point is that whatever you think is happening, and this is why I said it's not about individuals, it's a cultural problem. It's a cultural problem. Somebody says my grandparents lived in Ghana in the 50s. I had a lecturer when I was in school. Baba Lamakpo. He came out HOD at some point. He grew up in Ghana, and at that time, that man was born in early 1940s. His parents were there. He grew up there before they now moved. I think they were in Takoradi. Some people got there yesterday. You know, in the beginning, let me tell you what happened. In the beginning, like a while back, like a couple of years ago, the Ghanaians were saying Nigerians must go. They were saying that because of a particular ethnic group. Today, thankfully, they are not mentioning Nigeria again. They are mentioning the particular group. I know the problem. Not one person from that space says, oh, I think we're messing up. I think we're messing up. Maybe we shouldn't do it that way. No. Ghanaians are now xenophobic. Sorry. There's one person that thinks that is dad's house. Or YouTube. Bombo. See, why are you talking about Igbos? Afisheni. No sense of accountability, always crying like you are cursed. I know it's nobody else's fault, but it's not your fault, but every other person's. I'm just trying to inform you, Yoruba or Nigerians, that the things we discuss here, and if you know, we're also very measured. I'm not one of those extremists that want to curse people out. But that doesn't change the fact that this issue is a clear and present danger. And the reason is not necessarily because you hate some people, it's because there's a culture that is underdeveloped. And that culture being allowed to spread around you in the name of we are one Nigeria is stupid. It's like expecting Ghana to allow it because we are all one West Africa. And this thing is happening everywhere. They set up some governors in South Africa this year, a few months ago, taking on his Imo governor. Now this one is having a king with a title, wants to get land. See, just look in the comment section on TikTok, see what they're writing. Before I mute this one, because I need to send him back home to his father. His father did not raise him well. Just see what they're writing. That's how you know a people who are... man, no. Let me just... I say it, regardless of the fact that there are people amongst Igbos who are not like this, I've always said they are the minute minority. And sincerely, they don't count. Why? They neither speak up, nor even show face. They are just there, hiding somewhere saying, we don't agree what they are doing. But the generality of the people, they think the exact same way. And why do they do so? Culture. The culture is backward. And see, the funny thing is that every culture in the world evolves. Culture is dynamic. Every culture evolves. It's a problem when a person or a group decides to live live in the centuries past. Just stay there somewhere in the past, wishing for things they didn't have, trying to become something they would never wear. In their plays and their movies, all you see is Igwe here, Eze here. Meanwhile, in real life, it never happened in the past. Just trying to... Meanwhile, if you're doing it in movies, I can even appreciate it. Maybe you're trying to relive what you are seeing other people do. But why would you go everywhere? Why would you go everywhere? And if there's any group that insults Nigerian passport more than any other group in this world, it's people from the Southeast. And if there's any group that has destroyed that passport more than any other person in this world, it's people from the Southeast. I'm not saying other regions have not done terrible things in the name of Nigeria abroad. Of course, even Yoruba people have done terrible things. But I'm saying the idea of even when Yoruba person does it, what's the reaction you see? You hear, for instance, that Hush Puppy, which is the greatest example people give, Hush Puppy, you are talking about this is wrong, it's going to affect the people. You see Yoruba people speaking up. That shows that even as a people, as a collective, you're taking responsibility for the action of one person, even though it's not really your problem. But it's your problem if you think about it. But no, you have these other ones who have thousands of people in Indonesian prisons, thousands of people in Indian prisons all over the world. But guess what? They are the ones who insult the passport. Why do you think the passport is what it is right now? In Dubai, we are having issues. Why do you think that happened in Dubai? I'm not saying this because I hate the group. I'm just saying you guys should fix up. Like at some point in your life, you have to take responsibility and say the way we are moving, this is not how human beings move. This is wrong. This is inciting, and it's inciting. You incite people everywhere you go. Like you're not like MTN. MTN is everywhere you go, but it's not incite people. If everybody is complaining about a group, do you really think it's the problem of everybody or that group? Which brings me to what I really want to talk about. Let me resume to you. We ourselves have failed in a way. Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch. They had an election, I think it was yesterday. The official announcement of the election results. June 30. At the end of the voting exercise today, the results are as follows. Chairman Uchenna Akingbade, Uchenna Ogunedo Akingbade, 552 votes. Nonso Azi, 419 votes. Abiye Tobiah Tam George, 72. Treasurer Ogechi Olisamokelu, 538 votes. Jacob Dipo Famodimu, 488 votes. Publicity Secretary Oliver Omoredia, 712 votes. Bayo Olusonya, 325 votes. Let me say something. It's going to get to a point in Nigeria. People will be shocked. It's going to get to a point in Nigeria. Every single association, even if it is people selling soap or shoemakers, it will be mandated that the people who lead those groups have to be people from that place. How do you have this thirst, this desperation for power in other people's spaces? Number one, let me even talk about the Yoruba people who are in Lagos NBA, whatever they call themselves. NBA, yes. I don't want to be disrespectful. Nigeria Bar Association in Lagos. Yoruba people who, for some reason, just feel like it doesn't really matter. Because at least, if you didn't even run to be chairman. That's the first problem that I see for Yoruba people in the association. There's an assumption that we are all one Nigeria. It doesn't really matter. It does. And I don't care for our son being a king, but it doesn't mean anything to me. The day it stopped meaning anything to me was the day I bought the book and I read the book by Joe Igbokwe, and the day I read from Okudiba Noli. When I read those two materials, I knew that no, there's something sinister going on. And I read more. There's something going on. There's a desperation for power, and it's in everything. It's in the marketplace, it's in MBA, it's in politics. Everywhere you turn, it's even in estates. Trying to become chairman. It's in local government. It's everywhere. Why this desperation? Why? And the right way to deal with it is not even to shout. Number one is to first ban the possibility. This, it's all this, there's law, there's democracy, there's freedom or whatever that stopped the sanitation exercise in Lagos. Somebody uses the law against you. I read something a while ago. An Igbo lawyer wrote something. Number one, he's a lawyer. What he's saying, is it legal? Technically, yes. But because your culture doesn't have respect for anything that belongs to other people, it's easier for you to espouse that kind of idea. You know what he said? I'm sure many lawyers know these things. But it takes a culture like that to say, if you see any house that is unoccupied, occupy it. And then after a while, you can claim it. And they say there's a way for it in the law and everything. You see, your culture somehow, sometimes, even if you know that there's a way you can do something, you think of ethics, you think of morality, you think of culture, you think of right and wrong, not just the law allows me, therefore I can do it. You have to be very, very backward to just take advantage of everything, like you're an opportunistic group. What's this nonsense? MBA Lagos. Meanwhile, I can assure you, if 1,000 Yoruba people try to become NBA chairman in Anambra, they will not win. But guess what? I don't even blame them as much as I blame Yoruba people. If a Yoruba person that belongs to any association in Yoruba land, why on earth would you assume that it doesn't really matter for you to vie for the post? It's your land. Ẹkáàbọ, but you get the point. The point is that you have a duty in your space. This, and listen, it's not because there's an issue with it, that, oh, I have an issue with a particular group. It's because I see the history of a particular group and I see their presence and their desperation for power in spaces other than theirs. Nobody should be given power when they're if they're desperate for it. Nobody. That desperation is like, you can do anything. Father Frano says, travel and change this your mentality. No, I've not traveled. The only place I've been in my life is Enugu, Anambra, Abia, and Ebonyi. No, Imo. I've not been to Ebonyi. I've been to four states in your region. I think I've traveled enough to know how dumb you are. You particularly. Travel, you travel to Ghana. Ghanaians are complaining. Are you telling Ghanaians to also travel because you are very stupid? You go to other people's spaces, move mad, and then tell them to travel in order to understand how life works, as though you are not living inside a dungeon. You literally just go down from a tree like last century. What are you talking about? These are people that just gave clothes. I think you really want to hear your history with that nonsense you wrote in the comment section. Your parents don't know anything. Bunch of retards. Just got clothes in the 60s. Guys, let's stop all these things that we're just doing. Let us all be one, and don't write nonsense in the comment section. You literally just got clothes in the 60s. The primary reason for the increase of second-hand clothing in Nigeria is Igbos. What are we doing? Just because we are all doing kini, now becoming and writing nonsense in the comment section. You are talking to me about traveling. I'm telling you didn't have anything to wear. In 1857, when Ẹkáàbọ got there was nobody was wearing anything. They just had stuff wrapped around their waist. You are the one that will teach me about what it means to travel. I don't like saying some things, but guess what? This is not the worst I can say. This is the surface. It took an edict in 1963. There was one in 1960, reported in New York Times, talking about the fact that people are naked in your place. The only thing they had was a line around their waist. 1960. 63. I have, you know what? Because you're wait, sorry, 1 second. I'll read something to you guys. I'll read something to you. It's from Michael Okpara. Not the university at Umudikio. Shakin Shebiora. Just because everybody just says, oh, we are all one, let's all grow together. You guys move as if there's no brain in your skull. And by the way, all those moderate ones that come to send me messages, you guys talk to your ethnic group, and you listen to the leaders talk. Also, it's the same mindset. It's a shame. It's a shame. Everywhere in the world, they are complaining about this clannish, backward mindset, and you think it's everywhere that's a problem. Mumbo, I want to read something. Where do everyone have that thing? Mumbo. I'll tell you what is there, then I'll read it later. 1963, an edict was passed in the parliament in the eastern region that people should not go to the market in Enugu without wearing clothes. Nobody knew anything about second-hand clothing in Nigeria until 1960s. And they were going to a particular destination in the entire country. Don't come here and tell me about anything about traveling or understanding anything. You don't. You don't even have the right to. If I live in the village all my life, I'm 1,000 times more exposed than the generality of your people that travel all around the world. You know why? Because your mindset is primitive. I don't even think I need to read any source. I was going to get a book, but I don't even think I need to read anything. There was no end in the issue. I still maintain that you travel and invest, then come and talk. Your father. I'm going to mute you. Go and tell your father that. Your name is Father Fran. Go and tell your father. Very stupid people. Everybody is wrong. Say travel, invest. If you know where I've been. But guess what? I don't care. Let's even assume that I never left my hometown. I just stayed there all my life. From going from one Ogbon to another Ogbon, from quarter to quarter in my hometown. I will still know more than the entire ethnic group traveling all over the world. Don't come here and write nonsense about traveling. Meanwhile, we've been to your region. There's nothing to take out of it apart from the fact that people are selling floors. You build a house, you sell the decking, another person built and sell the decking. That's the only, by the way, it's actually quite fantastic. That was the first place in my life that I saw it. Again, I'm from Yoruba land. We have land now, water. I got to your region, I saw people selling deckings. I'm like, oh, wow. Like, I actually felt like, oh, okay, this makes sense. That was one thing I learned from there. I have to think about it. What else? What else? Any other thing I saw, I cannot say. Out of respect because if out of respect for myself and for others, let me not go into it. They will tell you to travel, go to their own space. Guys, go there. In fact, don't go there because you don't want to sit at home on Monday. How can everybody be complaining about you? I'm just talking gently and gently. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Olakine, you are distracting me right now, Mr. Martin. How can you go all over the place? People are even talking gently and trying to get to you, and then the clown comes around talking about nonsense. But like I was saying before the fool came in, the real issue is this. If you're a Yoruba person, all this idea of, oh, we're all together, it doesn't really matter, we're all professionals, learned colleagues. This sophistication and this thing is what is going to get people into that place where you essentially lose what's supposed to be yours in the name of being soft. You lose everything because you're just assuming like it doesn't really matter, we're all together. But like I said, it's not, every time I speak like this, I'm not talking because of the particular event. I'm talking because of what it really means. If this happens in every sector, what else do you have? Why do you think they stopped these guys from, leading the markets in Lagos? Why? Listen. I said something last week. Let me say so that these guys they'll really get it now. Let me tell you something. Banjo and the rest of your retarded clowns. Nigerians should not treat you the way they treat themselves. Nigerians should not. And this is the problem. Nigerians treating every group like we're not equal. What's this man? El-Rufai said something in that speech. I don't know if you heard it. He said all states are not equal. He said the entire vote in Anambra is like the vote of a local government in his own state. He knew what he was saying. We're not equal. And that, my people, is something that we must remember. We are not equal. You know when in Animal Farm, they said the local writer, what's his name? But you know the book Animal Farm. He said all animals are equal, but some are more equal than the others. It's true. Some people are more equal than the others. And I'm not talking about money, because in some people's minds, the only thing that makes you Judge Powell, thank you very much. Judge Orwell, not Power. Judge Orwell, thank you. Some animals are more equal than the others. And if all you are saying, all you think about is money that makes you more equal than the others, it's not about money. It's about evolution. It's about evolution. You guys need to do. Anyway, I don't even care what you do. Your people have to wake up. You are surrounded by people who are not exactly like you. We are all human beings, but we are different people. We are not the same. With all the complaints that we have about Hausa people, how many times do you hear that they are going everywhere, disturbing everybody, it's just get this. Love everyone. Everybody is created by God, but don't assume that you can cheat anybody anywhere. I've traveled to all the states, they resist Yoruba or so many things. Don't assume that everybody is the same. We are not the same. And I'm not saying that to say that maybe your brain is even better, because I don't know. But that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the evolution of cultures. Some cultures are stagnant, and they are proud to be stagnant. And I have no problems with their stagnancy, as long as it doesn't come into my space. That is it. Like, if you decide to live 1 billion years in the past, that's your problem. And I respect your choice. But the point is that it should not find its way into my politics, into business, into anything in my space. That is it. Note how they write in the comment section, like the one I want to mute right now. What they will write will never be about what actually happened. It will be about your response to what happened. In other words, they never ever tackle the matter. Therefore, they never grow. Have you seen any group in the history of the world that makes the same mistake generation in, generation out? I assure you guys, if you study these things, what you saw in 30, I want to start with the 30 because that's the document I have. What am I saying? What you saw even in the 1850s, you still see today. There's something in the 1850s. The Nigerian father went there and tried to help people's destiny. It got better. By the time politics and everything got in the mix, whatever you saw then, you still see now, including a caste system, which doesn't exist anywhere else in the entire country. How can you have caste system in 2025 in a country like Nigeria and assume that by some weird reason you are the same level with other groups in Nigeria, especially those that you should not even be talking about? This is why I got angry when I saw that Pastor Bolaji's video. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No other group in the country has a caste system where generation to generation you cannot marry other people. You are for life segregated. No matter how rich you get. And that's what the only thing that person can also show is the fact that I have more money than you. Because he knows that according to them, his blood is tainted. How can you have that culture or that as part of your culture and assume that you are the same as people's? And people talk, you say things like, you don't know what you're saying, you're electronic, you travel, your Yoruba people are Kinekon. You are blessed. But guess what? Like I always say, Igbos are not my primary target. I'm not talking to them primarily. But if they get the message, it will be a blessing. But that's never the point. Is if you're a Yoruba person and you have this lackadaisical attitude about politics, about your space, about your culture, and you think it doesn't really mean anything, we're all together. That's not how it works. There are certain groups of people that you can do that with. Not folks from the East. Not folks from the East. Sadly. And it's not because there's hate. Sadly. And it's not because there's hate. Sadly. And it's not because there's hate. Don't go, because they can kidnap. Don't go, but read about it. We've been there now. We've been there. What's there? I froze a bit. Sorry, the network. We've been to the east. We've been there. I like the Onitsha Bridge, sir. Until you get to Upper Iweka. That Upper Iweka side, when you see them in Lagos shouting, some of you actually quite dumb. Not like, are you stupid? Your spirit. You're actually behaving like you are, but are you stupid? Would like to bring some people up. They do. They report every day. It's they're stock in trade. Your Bible, my point is just that if people are repeating something, they are saying it all around you, and you think they are bigger. Now, there's extreme. There's extreme. Extreme of I hate Igbos, I don't like. Excuse me. I hate Igbos, I don't like Igbos, I hate Hausa. That one is an extreme. That's not happening on this stage. It's not happening on this platform. So if you're coming up, you're not saying that. You're not even going near it. This is not about I hate a group, I hate something. It is not about that. It's about the fact that you have to wake up to protect your space. If they like whatever they want to practice in their space, it is fine. But when you get to Yoruba land, there is a way you have to behave. That's what it is. Just becoming. I think it's your network. No, I'm not even angry. It's like, so think about it, Adedayo, on YouTube. Imagine somebody who literally got his first piece of clothing in 1963 telling me about travel. Like how? Telling me about culture. Like, what do you know? Now, like I said, there's some things I don't like to say in public because, but this is what I'm going to do. Ìpele ní ìpele ni. Into buruju àti debe, into tele àti debe, into tele àti debe. We're like 5 steps away from maybe like 10 steps away from some really terrible stuff that comes out of your space. Thanks for the gift. Ojulope is not Male, it's just ignorant. So, to be clear, probably Yoruba people wake up, stop doing all this. Ghanaians are complaining, South Africans are complaining, they are complaining in India, Pakistan, they are complaining, Bangladesh, they are complaining in Dubai, they're complaining everywhere. So no, this is not xenophobic. And guess what? If you call it that, that's entirely your business. In China, everywhere, in Indonesia, everywhere, it cannot be that Mozambique, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, Indonesia, Pakistan, Kenya, all these countries are the problem. It cannot be. Because there are other people living in those places. Why is it paining me? Because I carry the passport, for crying out loud. I do carry the passport. You're traveling, they tell you to move one side. Why? Because some clowns that carry something similar have gone to destroy the place before you, so they assume that everybody from that place is a goat. How can everybody be complaining about one group? How? And somehow, there's nothing like, wait though, guys, let's sit down. Let's wait, they mess up here. Let's fix up, do better. No. It's the richest one that will say, I want to own a own kingdom in another person's place. Guess what? Whatever you want to do as your culture, that's fine, right? If they allow you, whatever you want to do it. But your people have to wake up. So that it doesn't have to get to the point where people now become extreme and now start fighting. Okay? So, having said that, I'll bring some people up. You get 2 minutes. Please, don't go to any extremes of any, I'm seeing things in the comment section. Please don't bring it up. Say what you want to say. Be firm if you have to. If you want to say anything you want to say, but just don't move to the point of, hate and everything. But it's important to say some of these things. Some people are really daft. Like some of the people in the comment section, very, very. No, I mean talking about people insulting me. Very, very daft. And like I said, the day that I'm going to tell you the history of your place, one less day. One day I'll just say, you know what? Let's even have a series, but I don't think that day will come. I think it's going to come. I think I will do it one day. I'll just be measured about it. That day is coming. But it's one less day today. I will have a session. Maybe you don't know where you are from. Because you move around as if you are everybody's your mate. Everybody tolerates you. Because we are all human beings. But the way you move like you are better than everybody, you need to be told who you really are. You are this close to a particular species I won't mention. How do you think like this as a people, not even individuals, as a people? All right, we'll bring people up. I said it was going to be the last thing because I knew I was going to spend some time on it. So it's 3:07. Let's see what we can do in the next few minutes, and then we'll get to the topic of today. Please, I'm bringing you up. As soon as you get up, please mute. So if you send requests, please check your phone so you can mute, please. There's one more. Please mute. Please mute. Thank you. So let's start with Dark Poet. 2 minutes, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Prof.
Afternoon, sir.
We see. We all know this thing is a fundamental ideological issue with these people, because and that this is one of the things I told people. I said they can't go on their own, because imagine, see the reputation they've created all over the world, and they now have their own country. Don't you think people will isolate that country? Would you think people want to work with that country? That country that have went to Indonesia, went to Malaysia, went to China, and have that kind of ill reputation in all those countries. Will those countries want to severe ties, or do they want to improve ties or severe ties with such kind of people? Of course, we all know they won't want to work with them. Plus, they are even landlocked again. That's why I said, see, this secession they are claiming is a ruse and it's false, because it can't happen. So they need other people to join them, and they will use the reputation of those people to look like they are good in front of all the world, because they know their own reputation is damaged all over the world. So this is what I see about all this, and I will always tell them, let them come at Indrodewon, and we're beginning to enlighten our people now. Let them come. So man, even on my collect padà confirm lọ́tẹ̀ yìí gbogbo tó ń bá wọn ṣe ní láti gbà yẹn gbogbo yẹn ọ̀tẹ̀ yìí tó bá wá wọn máa collect, but they should just stop kọ́yé ba ojú gbogbo ajẹ́ ní láwùjọ àgbáyé, because like you said, I carry the same passport. Kí wọ́n á débi kan kọ́ máa ṣàmì sọ́tọ̀, wọ́n máa fún mi ní special search àti special kidney, because àwọn kan wà tó kàn ń bá wa lórúkọ jẹ́. So that's what I have to say, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that comment. Let's go to the next person. I can't call your name because there's no name there, but I think it's T something. There's T star. All right, T Gold.
Good afternoon.
2 minutes, please. Good afternoon, Chair.
I just used the app picture to let people know that that's his Ojukwu wife. In 2016, that the Ojukwu family said they will not support him to be a senator because he's not from their state. That he just married their brothers. So they did not want him to be any senator under their state. It's not from their state. So, and they will now come to Lagos State and be claiming that we are one Nigeria. Yoruba have to allow us to be a senator in their home state. Like, who does that? These people don't have anything to give. They don't even have knowledge. I was just pitying the people in Yoruba bots that they are supporting them, because these people don't have knowledge that we Yoruba have. We used to think very well before we do something, or we take an action to do something. But these Igbo people, they don't have brain. They just do something, and they don't even think about what will happen after them. So they don't think, they don't have brain. They just move like a zombie.
Leave the brain part. Stop repeating it over and over again. There's a way to say these things, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe one day we'll talk about. There's a way to actually. Only àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó lè dùn yàn tí wọ́n máa ń lò tẹ́ pé tẹ́ bá lò ó máa wọlé, but nobody will be able to catch you. But anyway, it is well. Where was I? Mr. Lushola, please go on, Lushola.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Yeah,
2 minutes, please.
This Ghana, this thing is beyond that, because me, I live and work in Ghana. So if I say I'll be telling you what is going on here with these people, even throughout today, I wouldn't finish. I will not finish. You see, these people, they have spoiled everywhere here in Ghana. Seriously. Yesterday, where I'm working, there's an information that come to me. My mind spoiled throughout yesterday. Do you know a lady, a Igbo lady, a rented apartment, and when she's about to pay another money, another rent to the landlord. The man came to ask for his money, and she doesn't have money to pay. From there, they started exchanging word between themselves. This lady, he called a Nigerian, our own gangs, 9 of them. You know, they come and unalive the man. They break bottle and unalive the landlord, and they all run away. Now it will be difficult to any Nigerian now in Ghana for them to rent out. If you want to rent house, they will not give you. Yesterday, that's what we talk about throughout here. That I nearly cried yesterday. Seriously, because on top of someone's property, you now call your gangs, your court groups. They come and beat the man. They choke him bottle, unalive the man. You people now run away. That's the painful part of it. They did not catch them. You see, the xenophobic that happened in South Africa.
Catch the person that's renting the place now.
They run away altogether. The lady and the 9 boys that she called, they all run away. You see, that thing that happened in South Africa before, it's about to happen here, because the way these people are going, is them. You will see their woman among all the sex workers here in Ghana. They have large percentage of them. They are Igbos. The fraudsters, yahoos, the robbery. You see, you will see them pushing wheelbarrow. If you count 100 wheelbarrow here, you will see Igbo guys. They have 99. They will put 2 charger, 2 box charger inside, two earpiece that they are selling, charger selling. It's a lie. They are just using that one to cover face. In the night, they are committing. In fact, these people, they are the disappointment to Nigeria. I'm telling you. I mean, I work in Ghana here. I'm a fashion designer. But these people, if you see any crime committed by Nigeria, it's them.
Wow.
Any crime committed here by Nigeria, you will see Ikechukwu, you will see Obinna, you will see all those. In fact,
Thank you. Thank you very much. The fact that a person died, that's sad. That's sad. You know, our young people sometimes will hear things like, we don't want people like this. I mean, I don't like to hear it as well. And I think I've shared it here before, when the person in charge of one of our family properties, we were having a conversation, and the person said, folks from this particular place, you know, should not, essentially saying that he's not going to be allowing them to rent that building. I mean, space in the apartments in the building. I was like, why? And then he told me, we're not the ones saying that don't bring people from that region. No. He's advising us that, listen, we shouldn't allow people from that space. And I asked why. Instead of all the people in this property, this one and this one are the only ones who give me problem. What do they have in common? Ethnicity. Are there good ones from the ethnic group? Of course. Of course. See, this doesn't change the fact that there are good people everywhere. It just means that if good is an exception, people will assume that everybody is bad. because that's the rule. In other words, the rule is that people behave a certain way, which is terrible. So I can say, well, I have a friend who is good. The person will say, okay, but it doesn't change the fact that everybody here has met, or people, or most of the people that have worked with him have thought a certain way. I only mention the good just to let people know that, in case you find somebody you're supposed to help, don't assume that everybody is terrible. But in actual fact, if everybody is saying that we don't want this person in our house, we don't want that person in our house, maybe it's not all these landlords' problem. Like in our own case, they came to tell this particular person giving problems. I'm just saying. I want to play. Let me play something before. Let me play something before we go on. We have one more person to speak. But Mombo. By the way, beloved, please go on. You speak. Let me not stop you.
All right. Thank you, man.
Yeah. Good afternoon, my brother. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I greet the house as well. I was listening to one of the minister of God, the persons of Pastor Bolaji.
No, we're not talking about Pastor Bolaji now.
No,
already
I'm
had that
just making
session.
some references.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry, I wasn't there when you had that section. And the way Amana, the man talk, and I think more about the Yoruba culture, that we are not a faithful people. Because if we are going through the
Sorry,
history,
we're not talking about that, sir. We're not talking about that. We had that session. We're talking about what we just read, the news that we read today.
Okay, sorry, I'm just coming in. Maybe you can give me more info about.
Okay, maybe we'll just stay around. We're going to stick around. We're going to get to some of those things later. We already had the session. There are videos on it on YouTube. We don't want to go back because of time. Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, Adekomi and Akunle, please come up and then we'll quickly wrap it up. Hello, Adekomi. Good afternoon.
Yes.
2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. I'm very happy now that everybody is getting to know, especially at the international scene, where it's about Igbo must go, Igbo must go. Even this xenophobic attack that happened then in South Africa, only God knows.
Actually, in short of Boya.
No one there.
In short of Boya.
Okay, good.
It's already established.
So I'm good. I'm very happy. I don't have my facts, so I'm very happy, and I know you have the facts, so I'm very happy. So the thing is, I'm very happy everybody is now getting to know, especially at the international scene, and I trust some responsible countries now. They will be putting modalities in place to make sure that there's extra check on these people. But the best thing of the truth is to eject them out of the country, just like you eject waste product out of your body system. Thank you very much. I will end it here.
Kan burúṣá. Akunle àbí Akunle dẹ̀ Akunle. Yoruba, please go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. No, I just wanted to talk about, but our people as well, we need to wake up quick. I wanted to talk about the law, the Nigerian Bar Association.
We already talked about that. It's on us. When they were, let me show you something. This is where Yoruba, this is where we must also take our L. Let me show you something. This is the flyer for the aspirants, those who were contesting to become chairman of MBA Lagos branch. 1 second. Let me change this structure so you can see it very well. This is where we messed up. I don't know if can you see well? there is no Yoruba there, which means we did not contest, which means we are slacking, which means it's our fault. Nonso Azi, Uchenna Ogunedo Akingbade, I don't really care that she married Yoruba. She's not Yoruba. Unless, of course, maybe somehow, somewhere she has been, assimilated, but I can't tell. So for me, I assumed everybody is the same until you're able to prove that you're not, because again, the generality of the people. So Nonso Azi, Uchenna Ogunedo Akingbade, Abiye Tobiah Tam George. Where's Yoruba among the people that are around? This is where we messed up, and we're doing it everywhere. We're assuming that, we are all one Nigeria, it will not really matter. And they are saying, Talufe, the NBA Lagos branch chairman, this is a debate, chairmanship debate. There's no Yoruba there. At this point, it's not their fault, it's our fault. And if we keep doing this, we're all one Nigeria, everybody is good people, great nation, whatever happens will be on us. That's the real issue. So I could talk about the fact that I don't like the fact that there's an Igbo chairman. Guess what? It's not even just the chairman. The treasurer is Igbo, the chairman is Igbo, the other Kineko, the other one is also Igbo. Let me see if I can quickly find it. Yeah. The chairman is Igbo, the treasurer is Igbo, the publicity secretary is probably Igbo, or I don't know, maybe Igbo or from Delta. But the point is that there's no Yoruba in Yoruba land. But do I blame them? No. You're not even running. So that is where I blame our own people. And did you go down, Yoruba? I didn't know you went down. No. Please come back. I don't know if that's all you wanted to say. So, and I think the reason we do these things and say, the reason we don't run is because we assume that, everybody is just, no, please come back up. Maybe it was the network that took you down. I don't know why. Sorry, guys, let me bring back up. All right. Yeah, please finish up. I just wanted to say that because we spoke on that, but like I said, I already said what I don't like about the fact that Igbos are desperate to have political power and relevance in every sphere in Yoruba land. But guess what? Nature abhors a vacuum. If Yoruba people do not do what they have to do, other people take their space.
I think we need to investigate it. Is it that Yorubas didn't run, or what's the process?
They did not run. Yorubas did not run. Yoruba ran for publicity secretary, they lost. He lost. The person who ran, one ran for treasurer, he lost. Nobody ran for chairmanship position that was Yoruba.
Yeah, but how is it that the person that even ran for the publicity lost? Could it be
Is a vote? Is vote now?
No.
Is it like, let me read to you. No. See, let's not do conspiracy. Publicity Secretary Oliver Omoredia won by 712 votes. Bayo Olusanya had 312 votes. Treasurer Ogechi Olisa Mokelu had 538 votes. Jacob Dikpo Famodimu had 488 votes. The point is this: our mindset is warped. It is not about them, it is about us, because those who voted for these people are also Yoruba amongst them. There are Yoruba amongst them who voted for those ones. Now, I know people can talk about competence, but there's no way you're looking throughout Lagos State and you can't find a person amongst the lawyers who could lead the bar association in Lagos who is Yoruba.
Yeah.
But the point is that, so there's a part of competence, there's a part of likability, but there's also that part of preservation that we don't really care about. See, competence, that one you can sort amongst yourself. Likability, you can work on it. That thing of preservation, we lack that thing. And that's why that's why we would vote for others, because we assume we are all together.
All together, whereas we're not.
We're not.
Mm.
So for me, I think that's the real issue. The real issue is for those of us who are just lackadaisical about things and we just allow things because, again, to the pure, all things are pure. because it's just good people, good great nation. We're all one together. Only for you to discover that the person,
Yeah.
only discover that the person could or might, which has happened in the past, by the way, did use the post to favor their own people. That happened in this same country. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 10 times. We have myriads of examples. So your people have to wake up to say, I love you, but in my land, I rule this place. Like, even if it's people selling singlets, Yoruba people will be the ones ruling. Listen, these people in their space, Nigerians don't know Yoruba people don't know their neighbors.
No,
in their space. Hold on. There are people from some states. Hold on, please. There are people from states in the same region that cannot even lead markets in another town in the east. Cannot lead markets in the east, but they are all from the same ethnic group in the same region. But because they are not from that particular place, they are not allowed to lead anything there. You come to Yoruba land, everything's just open, like we are living in, Yeah, please take a minute to round up.
I actually wanted to say that I actually went to investigate whether there are any Yorubas in their own Nigerian, but not even one Yoruba, all of them Igbo. So we really need to Yorubas, honestly, there's something has to be done. I think first of all, they need to put the history in our schools. That is very, very important. We need to do a campaign for them to import the history in our schools. And I think that will start waking us up.
There's history in school, though.
Yeah.
There's history in school, though. There's history in school,
but
though.
is there Yoruba history in our school?
There's Yoruba. They teach it as part of Yoruba. They do.
No,
this thing is on parents. It's on parents, not schools. They will not teach those things in schools.
As Yoruba language. I'm saying as the main curriculum history. Do they?
Listen. So let me explain something. There are things you will not learn in schools because of the structure of Nigeria. There are things that even when you learn in schools, there are certain things they will never teach you. There's history in school. Please stop this thing. What do you Nigerians keep saying this thing? There's no history in school. I have kids in school in Nigeria. They've never not learned history. Whether when they were in primary school or secondary school, they learned history. At least until maybe you don't want to do art anymore, then go to sciences or social science. You don't do history anymore. But even then, what do they teach you in school? You think they're going to teach you these things? This thing is on parents. It's on parents. We are also now outsourcing that responsibility, like, oh, let them do something. What do parents teach their children at home? I was in school, they taught us history. When they taught us Yoruba history, everything is, because even the textbook, what's in the textbook? They're saying that there's the Arab one, then there's the mythical one. Everything just modeled. By the way, learning that history in school actually confused me.
Yeah, but the history in the school that I learned, they were saying that Yorubas are from Saudi Arabia. That's wrong. I learned history to believe that Oduduwa, our founding father, was a Saudi Arabian. That's the wrong.
Why do you think? Why do you think they taught you that? Because hold on. There was a book that was published in 1921 that affirmed certain things that were said by certain people. That book became the primary source of history of Yoruba people. I'm trying not to mention the name. Just, I know what I'm doing. That became the primary source of history about Yoruba people. Now, people have written other things since then, right? I don't know what they do in secondary schools anymore, because I left secondary school like a while back. But even if you go there now, it's not that the story of him coming from heaven with a chain is not true. It's just that it's just that it's not history. It's a myth. The one about Saudi Arabia, of course, is not true. But then the question is, again, nature abhors a vacuum. I cannot sit here to tell you what they are teaching until I research it. And I don't like having conversations on what I don't know. I don't know what they are teaching them today, but I do know that they teach them history. There's history in Nigerian schools. History has never been out of the curriculum in private schools. And the public schools have gotten it back for a while now. So people that always say there's no history in Nigeria, there is history in Nigerian schools. You just heard it on social media and people just say there's history there. But even then, there are things you will not learn in primary school or secondary school. Even if you go to secondary school, you have to go to art class in SS1 to learn some things. Even when you go to university, you have to study history in university to learn some things. And guess what? There are still things they will not teach you there. I will say this with all sense of responsibility and humility. Majority of what we discuss here, you would not hear it even in university, whether in political science class, in philosophy class, or in history class. What does that mean? It means that we have to study as parents and we have a duty to our children. It's good to talk about this governors doing stuff and everything, but we need to take that responsibility and of course also now tell the government to do what they have to do. But apart from all of that, when it comes to this idea of this thing we're talking about, it's primarily not about history. It's really about understanding preservation. Because the kids that are going to teach history is for the future, which is important. But I'm saying right now, we are not, this question that we're talking about right now, why the curriculum is important, is also about we that we're adults, what do we think of our space? What's our attitude towards our space? Do we just open it up? And that's what I'm trying to address. But I'm not saying there's anything, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that stuff, but it's not like they're not teaching. I hear this thing a lot on social media. People say that Nigerians, they don't teach history. I'm like, Nigeria will only in bay because. And the person talking maybe doesn't have kids in school, but one call history. And somebody wrote it in the comment section. But there's history in schools. It's just that no matter what you have in schools, there are some things that will not be said. All right.
All right.
Akunle. No, beloved, please hold on. Akunle. Akunle is not here. No, beloved, please go on. Akunle, please, thank you very much for being here. I've been calling you a number of times. Can't get you to stop.
Thank you.
So you'll be the last person to speak, and then we'll move on to the topic of today. Yes, my brother.
Thank you, Ebon. I want to react to what Yoruba Nation said. You know, we have the duty.
2 minutes, please.
We have a duty as an individual. You know, all these things start from home. What are we teaching our children? Even some of our children of nowadays, they can't even speak the language. They can't speak Yoruba, some of them. We have westernized their mentality. We have, thrown the culture out from the window. We are not even teaching them what the culture entails. They can't even speak the language. You are talking about the preservation. How do we want to preserve things that we don't even understand initially? How do we want to preserve it? We all have the duty to, impart this knowledge to our children. None of my children is bearing any foreign name. And I'm in United Kingdom. None of them. They are bearing Yoruba names. And even one of my friends was even telling me that, these white people, it's very difficult for them to pronounce it. It can never be difficult. They will learn it. If they could pronounce the Indian name in this UK, definitely they will learn how to pronounce Yoruba name. We just need to be cultural inclined and also know what we are doing and impart more knowledge to our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, my brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you. We've got to get serious, to be honest. And yeah, we're saying this, and it's been heard. Or please, let's also say it. Talk about it. And I'm pleased. We also have a duty. Get the information, and I'm glad that I'm glad I get messages, I get stuff from people, and I appreciate the fact that people are listening. This is not about the fact that you hate any group in Nigeria. It's about the fact that you love your own group. You love yourself enough to protect what is yours. Anybody who has a problem with that is a thief and a robber. You must be a thief to have a problem with that mindset, to protect what is yours. And I'll tell you this, the people who tell you about open it up, back home, they protect more than anything. They protect fiercely. Let me tell you something. I'll end with this. But thanks everybody who came up to speak. In Yoruba land, I grew up around survey plans and layouts, and because my dad was into real estate. In many cases, people go to court, many court cases as far as land is concerned. I thought it was, I mean, I'm not saying nobody used jazz, but in almost every case is Lord, court. Some people protect their land to the point where they don't even bring court into the matter when it comes to land. They kill each other. Yoruba people we don't know our neighbors. No, again, sorry, Mr. Omoba, let's not also take it outside. They don't occupy top positions in Lagos. They occupy top position in MBA, an association of lawyers from different places. And when they were competing, our people did not compete. That is our own mess up. Because there's an assumption that everybody is one Nigeria, we are all learned colleagues, we are all together. We also need to wake up and stop assuming. And I'll tell you why this is important to me. If I look through history and I discover that when a particular group gets into anything, gets into power in any sector in Nigeria's history, not today's history, I'm saying all the way from then till now, from 1960, before 67 till today, I noticed that once they get there, nepotism becomes the order of the day. Do you know when it got so bad? There was a time it got so bad when people were questioning what they were doing. They said they were the ones who could do it, and the Nigerians should just understand the fact that they are capable. That's why when you read There Was a Country, you hear him say things like, they moved on. The phrase he used was, in a single burst of energy, they caught up with Yoruba people. We are the standard. It's a lie, by the way, but they have to say it to make themselves happy. The point is that if you notice that particular pattern in a group, you'll be dumb to open your space up and say, let's just do it together. That's what I am just trying to correct. And I hope we actually get it, and we protect our space without apologies, right? But it's not because I hate you. It's because I love mine. And if you don't understand that, it's not because you don't have sense. It's because you're a thief. Or maybe you don't have sense. Well, whichever one. Take your pick. Pick your choice. Choose your pick. Pick your choose. Somebody wrote on YouTube, teacher in the next class, I insisted, this was the end of the topic. The teacher didn't even include this in our exam. I was in primary school in the 80s. I learned Yoruba history class, Egypt in Yoruba. I was reciting nonsense with excitement when my grandmother shouted me down and gave my teacher. So I think the issue, we've already gone past that, to be honest, when it comes to where Yoruba people are from. You know why? Because, again, folks kept researching. Now, we'll never get to the point where we don't acknowledge the works of people like Samuel Johnson. That book, by the way, and I have different versions of that book. That book is a blessing on many things, apart from that part. But even then, that's not the only material. There are many other things that have been written. And perhaps people should also work to get those things in the curriculum. But beyond that, parents have a duty to teach their children first. We are our children's first teachers. Excuse me. We are our children's first teachers, our nephews, our nieces, our cousins. When we're chit-chatting, let's share these things that we're learning with them, okay? And hopefully, maybe when I check to see what they actually learn in some of these things, we can have conversations, because that way we'll have informed discussion. I don't want to assume what's in the curriculum if I have not checked it. And I hope you understand why I'm doing that. But thank you, everybody, for coming up. We're going to move to the topic of today, which is Victor Banjo in the storm. So I'm going to take everybody down. Thank you very much for being here. I don't think I'm sorry. I don't think you are ready to say anything. Do you know how many times I've called you? Don't worry about it. Thank you very much for sending requests. You send requests, we'll ask you to speak, you won't speak. We'll go down, you come back up, we'll say speak, you won't speak. So I think maybe you're just trying to play with us. And I don't want us to play that game. But thank you. I believe the Lagos State government was aware of the NBA before the election. What concerns Lagos State and NBA? Omobaiko, we have to be sure what we are saying. There's no connection between Lagos State and NBA. NBA is a separate autonomous organization. It's as if you are telling me you are sounding like, so let's say for instance the Actors Guild are having a meeting. The governor should do something about it. It's not the governor's business. It's the members of that group. Africa Goody, why are you so passionate about speaking up for Akule? How do you know that he was unable to unmute himself? Are you from the same place? Did he speak to you? I unmuted him. He didn't unmute himself. So I think he's one of those people that come to just feel shady, and that's happened before. So it happens a number of times actually. Not by him, by the way. He typed it earlier. Oh, okay. No. So that it doesn't look as if there's something else there. Let me bring him up. Send your wait. 2 followers, 8 following. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Bring your real account. Thank you. All right. Let's get into this. Once I see 2 followers, 8 followers, all those number. Am I saying? All right. Let's get back to our Victor Banjo. I start in the new 344. Thank you very much. Thanks to those who came up. Thank you very much for your for sharing your thoughts with us. Much appreciated. Before we get into the topic, please let's do a little housekeeping. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. On YouTube, please like the live and also share it, so that way we can get more people to see what we are doing and we can all learn together. Yeah. So just here's that in like a minute. If, for instance, you're on TikTok and you have not joined the team, please click on the art icon here to join the team. The art icon beside the name. Please click on it to join. And also, yeah, let's just do that. So even if you're a member of the team, please click the icon, join the team. Mr. Oris Nofu Bio Konlepe. What are you saying? Put the digit up, sir. Digit. No, I'll type it in the comment section if you need it. But we'll put it up later in the evening. But let me just type it just in case. Maybe you want to use it. So let me write it in the comment section. Mr. Oris Mafumi. I don't understand what you're saying. Mr. Daramola, the digits is right there. So please, if you want to use it, do so. But for the generality of our people, that'll be much later in the evening. All right. Please let's power tap. We're about to start reading now. I'm going to introduce a couple of new books that also help with the conversation. But please, I need you to God, people are something else. Don't share for anybody. Send your request because I don't want you to get angry with me. But please, I'll need you 30 seconds, please, everybody. Please, just 30 seconds. But please send your request. Let me bring you up. Because I think it's getting too personal. I don't want me to share. Oh yeah, send your request. Let's hear you out and then we'll move on. Akunle, oh yeah, send request. Mo kàn kí n má lọ ṣe kó má dàbí pé àní ra wá sínú. Mo bọ̀ ọ́. Ṣé kò má ṣe pé fún yọ. Okay, so let's hear him out. Just 1 minute. hear you are here now. Ben.
Hello, ṣẹ́rí ọ̀bọ tó ní mo personally pé ọmọ Igbo mi ni màá ṣépè fún but mi ò fẹ́ jẹ́rí pé èmi ni mo pè yín lánàá tí mo sọ fún yín pé mi mo kẹ́ tí platform mi wà fún àná tí mo wá wò yín tán ọ̀bọ kan ń sọ omi mention religion tẹ́wọ̀n ọ̀bọ yẹn pé kó wá platform yóò wà fún religion ẹni pé mo sọ lánàá ó dàbẹ̀ ní ṣẹ́rí èdè tí mo fi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé it's better kéèyàn mọ do's and don'ts platform téèyàn ń lọ wọ́n di pé èèyàn kó ẹ̀ tó ní platform èèyàn kó sí wàhálà yàrá tún náà tún kó rẹ̀ náà sí wàhálà that's why mo ṣe bèrè lánàá so ìgbà tí mo bèrè lọ́wọ́ yín ẹ ṣó yín ìdí tí mo fi bèrè lọ́wọ́ yín lánàá nìyẹn ẹ̀dẹ̀ ní pé ẹ ní táyì pé tó bá di lónìí ẹ pé máa fún mi lésì ṣó yín àǹtú ẹjọ́ ìkankan mo tún fẹ́ sọ fún yín ẹjọ́ ẹ máa fi disclaimer mi ò gbà yín ní àsìn àmọ̀nà ni mo mú wa o ẹ máa fi disclaimer sí pé ẹ bá kì í ṣe pé ẹ ń tà láti fẹ́ bójú àwọn kan jẹ́ ẹ bójú anybody jẹ́ ẹ kàn ń tà láti fẹ́ history àsìn bí history ṣe wà lẹ́sẹ̀ ń gbé kalẹ̀ wọ́n ní pé nìkan máa ríra wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé wọ́n hate wọn kò sí anybody tó hate anybody.
kí ni ìbéèrè tẹ́fẹ́ béèrè kí ni ìbéèrè tẹ́fẹ́ béèrè.
so ìbéèrè tó fẹ́ béèrè tó fẹ́ sọ fún yín ni pé ṣẹ́rí.
ẹ má sọ ọkàn kí lẹ fẹ́ béèrè.
ṣẹ́rí tó èmi yẹn.
what's the question? Not to you, what's the question?
My question is do we need let me put it this way. For me, I think the best thing for us to look for the lasting solution. And the
what is the question? No, don't tell us the lasting solution. That question you said you came to ask. What is the question?
Okay. Question very ni pé really I just want to know what for me is it ever.
Chief, what is the question now? I have to go now. We have. Oh yeah.
It does Ojuku talk badly about Awolowo? That's what I want to ask. Because they keep on telling us that we betray them. So I want to know whether Ojuku ever in life may mention or talking about bad or talking bad with Awolowo. Whether Awolowo betray Ojuku. That's what I want to know.
All right. Thank you. I'll respond to your question. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming up. I remember you now. I knew where you were going, but I had to stop you because not here. Did Ojuku ever talk about Awolowo? It's about lying. It's about saying Awo said what Awo did not say. And we've had sessions on that here to debunk those things. A lot of what people believe in the Southeast today, they believe because Ojuku said it and his band of Biafran propagandists also said it. So that's why they believe it. Cyrus Black. Me, I don't want that kind of conversation. That's why. Because people just come, rile people up, get people angry. Oh yeah, talk about what you want to do. No, so any movement that you have not thought deeply about, it shouldn't be. I mean, I don't like to be part of it. But I mean, all the best to everybody. So look at what Ojuku did, what he said, the lies. It got so bad in '83. Papa said Ojuku was irredeemable. Papa met him in '67, had conversations with him. He left that place, told people something else, and all through his lifetime, he never stopped lying. He changed everything that was said in that place. Even when that thing was published, he still kept lying, and his people believe it. Majority of what the Igbo people believe today about Yoruba people or about Awolowo, those things were from Achebe, Ojuku, Achebe, Okokonondem, and the rest of the gang in Radio Biafra. So, yeah, I mean, I've said at the end of the day, say, oh, Papa was the best president that Nigeria never had. And we thank him for that. But in reality, when Papa was alive, he all right. Having said that, let's get into some things. We have a lot of ground to talk about today. Colonel Victor Banjo, a revolutionary betrayed by Nia Borishade. This book, The Trial of Biafra's Leaders by Nelson Otta. The Nigerian Revolution and the Biafran War by Alexander A. Madebo. Just Before Dawn by Colonel Motoshaw. My Command by Olusegun Obasanjo. And also You Must Set Forth at Dawn by Wole Soyinka. Those are the basics. Like, we might go beyond those books, but that's where we're going to start today. And yes, of course, the Midwest Response to Biafran Occupation by Uyilawa Uswanlele. So that was the book we were reading yesterday, The Midwest Occupation. One second, please. The book we started reading yesterday, I mean, I think we read it a couple of days ago as well. So guys, let's try and focus on the topic now. Let's comments. You know, like we all say, we say this is a class, now you talk more. So that means that I have to read stuff in the comment section and sometimes also respond so that we can all, learn together. So please try and help me by limiting whatever we are typing to what we are discussing so that it helps to move the conversation forward. Because some people will take what some people are writing now. You see people come, they start fighting, and it has nothing. If you fight based on what we are saying, that's okay. But if you fight based on what we're not saying, that doesn't really help the conversation. Thank you for understanding. So, instead of starting with the book where we stopped yesterday, the book is called Midwest States Non-Igbo Minorities Responses to Biafran Occupation or Biafran Invasion. Instead of going there, we're going to start with the book by Nelson Otta, and then we'll come back to this and other books very soon. I'm going to play a now. Please. The D-Day was 8th of August 1967. The Onitsha side of the bank of the Lordly River Niger was a hive of activity. The oh dear God. Sorry. I'm having some issues with... All right. The D-Day was 8th of August 1967. By the way, this book is called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders by Nelson Otta. And before we get into it, let me read something about who Nelson Otta is. I wrote something here just to help us understand and appreciate what we're about to read. Nelson Otta was a journalist and a columnist who gained prominence during the crisis surrounding General Ironsi's declaration of a unitary Nigerian state in May 1966. He wrote a provocative piece titled Why Nigeria Exploded, published in Drum magazine, where he sharply criticized northern leaders. An article widely believed to have helped spark violent riots in the north, including Kano, between May 27 and June 4, 1966, which resulted in numerous Igbo deaths. He authored several important works on Biafra history and politics, notably The Trial of Biafra's Leaders, which is what we're about to read now, and Rebels Against Rebels. The Trial of Biafra's Leaders was published in 1980, and Rebels Against Rebels was published in 1981. So the book we're about to read right now was published 10 years after the war. Having said that, let's get into the book. Please, let's pledge share the live. Thank you. The D-Day was 8th of August 1967. The Onitsha side of the bank of the Lordly River Niger was a hive of activity. Hundreds of heavy-duty lorries and buses and cars were being assembled. Soldiers in assorted uniforms and moods that gave them the air of being both ragtag and genially unreal were milling round all over the riverbank, sorting themselves out into formations. There were many comings and goings between Enugu and Onitsha, and despite the large presence of soldiers in Onitsha, many highly placed civilians in the Biafran government of Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumego Ojukwu were also making their presence felt. The arrogant carriage of their persons and, excuse me, all right. So it says there were many comings and goings between Enugu and Onitsha, and despite the large presence of soldiers in Onitsha, many highly placed civilians in the Biafran government of Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumego Ojukwu were also making their presence felt. The arrogant carriage of their persons and the serious look on their faces proclaimed their mission. By the way, this man was there. Something big must be afoot, but no one knew for certain what it exactly was. No one was talking, although everybody was busy imagining one thing or the other. What were they imagining? I want to read something. I'm coming back to this book in a bit. Let's quickly explain what they were imagining, and then there was something I was going to say earlier that you find in this book. Where should I begin with this one? All right, let's read. Let me read this one. Madiebo's book. The book is titled "The Nigerian Revolution and the Biafran War" by Alexander A. Madiebo. The introduction of Colonel Banjo into the war marked a very rapid decline of Njoku's participation. It also marked the beginning of disasters for the 51st Brigade in particular. All activities of the colonel were clouded with unnecessary secrecy and mystery, and invariably failed totally. Let me tell you something. You know, when you read the book, God, I'm about to start what I used to do, but I'm just hoping that I won't scatter. We'll be able to move together. One second, guys. There's something. I want to say something right now, and I'm going to need to back it up with something. Give me a second, please. I think I'm opening the wrong book. You know what? One second. Let me quickly find what I'm looking for. It's important for me to have it open so that once I start speaking, I won't then stop, midway into the conversation. So please bear with me. I can't believe that this thing is not bookmarked. Please, let's power tap. Okay. Bro. I want to start going from Banjo stuff into other things so that just becoming there's nothing I can do about it. I can't shut them up now. All right. I think I found what I'm looking for in this one, and then there is the one about Majebo. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Right, now let's get back into, let's start again. The D-Day was, so let's start with the book by Nelson Otta, all right, and then we'll go from there to the stuff by Alexander Madiebo, and then from there we'll get into this particular book. So, again, the book again is called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. Just becoming, I know. See, it used to be worse than this. Before, I used to use mics. There was no noise. Later, I was using Bluetooth. It was noisy. Then, there was no noise at the beginning. Then there was noise. Then I started using Bluetooth, and it was voila. Then I got a smaller mic that it didn't work. This thing, if you actually hear it as it is happening, this is clean. But don't worry, if it has to be cleaned, we'll clean it. If not, when we get to the studio, that studio that we are, when we get to studio like soundproofed place, then we won't have all the noise. But thank you very much for calling my attention to that. It is what it is at this moment. So let's get back into this. Sorry, I'm going to have to redirect earlier just to be able to give you context. So I'm going to start with the book by Nelson Otta. It's called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. Okay. Guys, it's not my fault though. Some things are not. Oh yeah. The D-Day was 8th of August 1967. The Onitsha side of the bank of the Lordly River Niger was a hive of activity. Hundreds of heavy-duty lorries and buses and cars were being assembled. Oh, but this is frustrating. Number, I have to put this thing off. All right. There were many comings. Sorry. Hundreds of heavy-duty lorries. Something is not right with my devices, so I apologize. I'm going to have to change the device. Number, I'm going to have to use something else. This is not helping me at all. And again, I truly, truly apologize, but don't worry. I'll make it up to you. I promise. I promise you. Everyone starts singing love song. Okay, I think we have something better. This is going to give us more. Shea West, Noah. Okay. The D-Day was 8th of August 1967. The Onitsha side of the bank of the Lordly River Niger was a hive of activity. Hundreds of heavy-duty lorries and buses and cars were being assembled. Soldiers in assorted uniforms and moods that gave them the air of being both ragtag and genially unreal were milling round all over the riverbank, sorting themselves out into formations. There were many comings and goings between Enugu and Onitsha, and despite the large presence of soldiers in Onitsha, many highly placed civilians in the Biafran government of Lieutenant Colonel Chukwemeka Odumegojukwu were also making their presence felt. The arrogant carriage of their persons and the serious look on their faces proclaimed their mission. Something big must be afoot, but no one knew for certain what it exactly was. No one was talking, although everybody was busy imagining one thing or the other. So what do we have here? We know that there were many soldiers there, there were civilians there, but they didn't know why they were there, right? Why? It's because what they were about to do on the 8th of August had not been communicated. Nobody really knew. But I want to quickly read something to you from Alexander Madiebo, just to give context to that particular idea, of nobody knowing what was happening. So I'm going to read the book, The Nigerian Revolution and the Biafran War. It's by Alexander Madiebo. It says here, the introduction of Colonel Victor Banjo into the war marked the very rapid decline of Njoku's participation. It also marked the beginning of disasters for the 51 Brigade in particular. All activities of the colonel were clouded with, it says here, unnecessary secrecy and mystery, and invariably failed totally. Excuse me. This was true of the Midwestern operation. Now, when you read that from Madiebo, it's important to understand who Madiebo himself was. Madiebo did not like Victor Banjo very much. And of course, he was one of those who had a problem with the fact that a Yoruba man was one of those leading Biafran forces. He was also one of those people who had a problem with the fact that he even made any speech when he got to Benin. Okay? And I'll read something to you. I'm going back to this book. I'm going to read something to you from the book Colonel Victor Banjo, The Revolutionary Betrayed by Niyi Aborishade. It says here, Banjo could have been happy to help his people. That was when the Yoruba people reached out to him to come help build the army. However, before that time, he was already supervising most of the commanders and senior officers of the Republic of Biafra. These did not go well with Brigadier Alexander Madiebo, whose 51st Brigade was under Banjo's sphere of authority and command. Banjo's command covered Zusuka and Nkalagu operational areas. Madiebo was in a good position to have stopped the liquidation of Inosi, but he failed to take action. Even with sufficient information, Ojukwu knew this and knew his weakness. Ojukwu knew as well that Banjo was a highly cerebral military tactician. There's another book I'd like to read, but because it's not really part of this conversation, if you read Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyega, he also talked about Madiebo's actions and how clannish he is. So essentially, those two books prove. So when you start hearing things like things are not good, Banjo did not do well, it's not necessarily because of Banjo, it's more because of him. But let's continue. By him, I mean Alexander Madiebo. He says, my first knowledge of the operation came from Banjo on the 7th of August, 1967. What we read in the book by Nelson Otta happened on the 8th. Please stay with me. We're going to piece everything together. Okay? It says, my first knowledge of the operation came from Banjo on the 7th of August, 1967, during a short visit he paid me. That morning, he revealed that a lightning operation aimed at capturing the entire Midwestern Nigeria, Ibadan, and probably Lagos will be launched within 48 hours. For this operation, he wanted my 12th Battalion under Colonel Mike Ivenso to join two other battalions he was already assembling at Onitsha to form a brigade. He hoped to be able to expand each of the battalions eventually into a brigade of the 101 Division. He explained that until such a time the division attains its full strength, a large amount of militiamen would be used for holding and garrisoning captured areas during his operation. His outline plan was to move his forces on three main axes, north, south, and west, starting from Onitsha. The northern force would establish at Auchi and exploit northwards the best they could, having detached the force to Ida to protect the night flank as well. That's the group that went to Okene. You find that in the other book. We'll read it if need be. So it says, the northern force would establish at Auchi and exploit northwards the best they could, having detached the force to Ida to protect their right flank as well as block enemy lines of communication to Nsukka through the town. Their overall task remained the protection of the northern flank to enable our troops to penetrate into Ibadan and Lagos. The southern forces said would move to garrison the main coastal towns of Warri, Sapele, and Hugili. From there, they would strive to foil all attempts by the enemy to land troops in those areas. This force was to be the smallest and would have a lot of militiamen. The main force, Banjo said, would motor to Benin and seize it. Let me jump. Without any loss of time, they would move on to Ibadan on two axes, through Ore on the new Lagos road and through Okitipupa on the old one. If everything went well, Banjo added, these forces would move to Lagos after dispatching a small force to blow and hold the Niger Bridge at Jeba. That is the plan of Victor Banjo. In conclusion, Banjo stressed the need for absolute secrecy and pointed out that it was the wish of the head of state that army headquarters, particularly Brigadier Njoku, should of no account be told of the operation. All right. Then it says here, I was most delighted about the whole operation, which was perhaps the only way we could score a much-needed victory and restore confidence and morale badly shaken within the rank and file. Admittedly, the troops available for the operation were grossly inadequate for the enormous task before them, but the chances of success were excellent as little or no opposition was expected for some time, provided we moved fast in absolute secrecy. By last light on the 8th of August, all troops taking part, including the militia, were already concentrated at Onitsha. After a couple of hours of unexplained delay, Colonel Banjo moved with his troops across the Niger Bridge, Onitsha, in the early hours of the 9th of August 1967, and the chase to the various objectives began. I'm going to come back to this book. Now let's go back to the book by Otta. So he says, as dusk descended on Onitsha town and its superheated ugliness and nastiness, the townspeople, tired both of stargazing and telling one another the most improbable of stories, decided to leave the dirty roads and streets and go to bed or fetch up in one of the hundreds of drinking places that dot the town, and there drown their uncertainty in drunkenness. But if the citizenry was uncertain and lost, not so the busy soldiers or its strutting and arrogant civilian camp followers. They continued their mystifying activities far into the early hours of the 8th August 1967. But suddenly, activities at the Onitsha side of the bank of River Niger petered out, but only to increase in awesome volume on the Asaba end of the river. As the misty late morning of 9th August 1967 brightened up with the aid of the sun, it became clear to all along the Onitsha end of the riverbank that a motorized soldiery had torn through the ostensibly closed River Niger Bridge into Asaba on the western side of the river. The invasion of the Midwestern state of Nigeria by the Biafran army had begun. There was, however, something unmilitary, at least in terms of its 20th century implication about the invasion. There was no preemptive artillery, bombardment. There was no rifle shot either. There were only the spirited revving of the light and heavy motor engines, the crunch of the heavily laden tires on the ground, the groans, some light and some heavy, of overladen vehicular transport on the move. But despite the lack of initial earth-shaking thunder to herald it, the fact remained that the Midwest state of the Nigerian Federation had been invaded by the soldiers of Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu's Biafran army. The irresistible mastodon, or in the borrowed words of a Biafran propagandist, a formation of the Roman legion, now brought up to date, was on the march to tame the Hausa Fulani horde. Until after midnight of 9th August 1967, all was quiet in Benin City, the capital of the Midwest state. But at about 3 a.m. of the same morning, the then Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo, please guys, I'm going to read some things that I've said, but I'm going to read the details in this book, so please stay with me, all right? So he says, until after, where was I? But at about 3 a.m. of the same morning, the then Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo, military governor of the Midwest, received a telephone call from Lieutenant Colonel Conrad Wanwo, the 4th area commander in Benin, and therefore the overall commander of the federal troops in the Midwest. Colonel Wanwo told the governor that he had been informed by one Major Isama that there had been some minor incidents at Asaba. Major Isama, Colonel Wanwo added, made his telephone call from Agbo after he had escaped from Asaba that night. Colonel Wanwo, however, assured the governor that the incident at Asaba was of a local nature and that the governor should not be perturbed. But Governor Ejo, despite the assurance of his area commander, by the way, when you read this Alabi Isama, the Isama that this man mentioned, he wrote his own book. It's here as well. We've read it a number of times. The book is called The Tragedy of Victory. In his book, he actually mentioned how Nwanwo helped the Biafran forces to invade the Midwest, and it wasn't just the only person. He mentioned about 5 of them. There's Nwanwo, there's Oche, there's Okwechime, there's Isiche. A number of them, they opened up the place, and we read it again also in the book by Uyilawa Uswanlele. We're going to go back to that much later as well. Let's continue with this one. So he says, Colonel Wanwo now called Ejo, says, Alabi Sama said there's a problem somewhere, but it's just local. Meanwhile, he knew exactly what the issue was, but let's continue. Governor Ejo, despite the assurance of his area commander, was perturbed and wanted to know the plans of the commander, and these in spite of whether the reported Asaba incident was of a local nature or not. He asked Colonel Wanwo to say, by the way, if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly, I apologize, I'm not Igbo, but Wanwo. one war. They don't put army on it. Nothing to indicate this, the way it should sound. Okay, so please try and bear with me. Colonel Wanwo said that he had proposed. Come on, sorry. Ejo asked Colonel Wanwo to say how he proposed to deploy his troops in case the said Asaba incident escalated to a major military confrontation. Colonel Wanwo said that he proposed to send a platoon of troops towards Asaba from the units that were stationed on the Benin-Lagos road. His governor told him that such movement of troops would be both late and too small to do any good. The governor ordered the colonel to send reinforcement to Asaba from Agbo. This is the same colonel who refused to listen to the governor because he said he was the one who was supposed to be made governor. Okay, he's a Midwestern Igbo, and it was against the fact that Ejo, who was Robo, was the one who became governor, and it was very, very. He didn't hide it, by the way. But let's continue. The governor, that's Ejo, ordered the colonel, that's Nwawo, to send reinforcement to Asaba from Agbo instead. The colonel replied that he could spare the platoon on the Benin-Lagos road and added that he would keep the governor informed of further developments and then drop the telephone. In desperation, Governor Ejo telephoned Mr. Joseph Adeola, the commissioner of police in charge of the Midwest state, to gather more information. But Mr. Adeola had no information to give to his, by then, very apprehensive governor. Mr. Adeola ascribed his lack of information to the fact that the police wireless station at Asaba was not functional at night, owing to shortage of personnel. Governor Ejo became more desperate for information as the vital minutes ticked by. He telephoned Lieutenant Colonel Waje, who was also one of the people that helped the Biafrans to get into the Midwest. The General Staff Officer, one of the 4th Area Command, to check with him on the plan for deployment of troops should the said Asaba incident escalate to something more serious, such as the invasion of the Midwest by secessionist forces. Colonel Waje confirmed to the governor that he too had heard of the Asaba incident, but added that he was awaiting orders from Colonel Wanwo, his immediate superior. Governor Ejo called Major Gbemudia. Guys, we are going to tie everything together. If it sounds very boring, don't worry. It's part of the story. Colonel Waje confirmed to the governor that he too had heard of the Asaba incident, but added that he was awaiting orders from Colonel Wanwo, his immediate superior. Governor Ejo called Major Gbemudia, the then quartermaster of the 4th Area Command, and the major confirmed also that he too had heard of the Asaba incident. This one said, keep studying. Nah, I'm not going to even give you the time of day. All right, let's continue. The then quartermaster of the 4th Area Command and the major confirmed also that he too had heard of the Asaba incident. Governor Ejo then telephoned Mr. Mokwede, the then secretary to the Midwest government, to tell him of the incident at Asaba. Let me stop to say something. I'm going to tell you the names of those people. I'll tell you what happened to them. Nwawo that he was calling to work with, that one was actually a Sabo. He was a traitor. He was one who allowed the Biafrans in, not him alone. The second person that he called Nwaje worked with Nwawo and Okwechime and Iche and Osiche to open the gates, metaphorically, to Biafran soldiers to get into the Midwest. You see, these other people who are not Igbo, people like Joseph Adeola, who was in charge of the police, he was taken to he was taken to Enugu, arrested. Imokwede, who was the secretary to the Midwest government, he was also arrested. Okay. A number of them were arrested by the Biafran government. And again, when you read if you read the broadcast that Victor Banjo, made on that particular day, you discover that he was saying they invited them and they will be back. They did not come back until 1970. So it took more than 20 months for them to have the meeting they went to have in Enugu. The time was then about 3:30 a.m. Instinctively, if not also by the facts available to him, aware that a serious situation had developed in the Midwest, Governor Ejo decided to reach General Yakubu Gowon, the commander-in-chief in Lagos. He telephoned Lagos, but unfortunately there was no reply. In want of a less desperate decision to make the governor decide to ride out the gathering storm, he instructed his ADC to alert the State House guards. He remained awake and on this alert until daylight. At about 6:30 a.m., Governor Ejo asked his wireless operator to get in touch with Lagos. He had not given this order until then because he knew it was impossible to raise Lagos by wireless between 12 midnight and 6 a.m. He then tried again to make between 12 midnight and 6 a.m. as the radio station did not operate during those hours. He then tried again to make telephone contact with Lagos. The Benin telephone operator immediately cut short his attempt by telling him that the Lagos-Benin line was engaged. It occurred to him to try to contact Colonel Wanje again by telephone, but he could only reach the colonel's wife, who informed him that her husband had left the house at 4 a.m. that morning for his office. He then telephoned Colonel Wanje at his office, but the colonel was not there. So he did what every reasonable person would do in the circumstance. He sat down to await development. I'll read that part again. So he did what every reasonable person would do in the circumstance. He sat down to await developments. Those were not long in coming. At about 7:10 a.m., Governor Ejo received a telephone call from his police security officer, who reported that a friend of his had just informed him that a vehicle with Port Harcourt serial number and loaded to the brim with Biafran soldiers had been sighted at Benin Catering Rest House. Governor Ejo had hardly dropped the telephone when he heard firing at the western side gate of the State House. Mrs. Ejo, who was nearby, gathered the children and ran with them into one of the bedrooms of the State House. Governor Ejo hurriedly dressed in civilian clothes and went downstairs. His downcoming was greeted with staccato chattering of automatic weapons fire. He watched the firefight for some time and then went back upstairs to see how his radio operator was doing in his effort to get in touch with Lagos. He was told by the radio operator that he was in touch with Lagos all right, but that the man being sought for, General Gowon, was not available. Suddenly seized by that strange bravery, which ever so often makes captive even the coolest of men, Governor Ejo grabbed a submachine gun and swaggered downstairs with something of the bravado of a cowboy riding off to go shoot the man who done the boss wrong. But as he came down, he saw to his dismay that the guards at the rear of the State House, who had up till then been manfully returning fire as best as they could, had run out of ammunition. So instead of hurling himself into the fray with that glorious but fatal bravery of the Horn of Legend, Governor Ejo decided to abandon the State House. He, however, tarried a little between the decision to leave and actually leaving because he could not find his wife and children, but he eventually left without them, hoping that nothing would happen to them. He effected his escape by entering into the firing trench that had been dug round the State House, from which he emerged at the northern side of the State House fence, and from there into the nearby military hospital. There, he met a medical sergeant from whom he asked if there were either Biafran or federal soldiers around, and who told him that there were 2 unidentifiable soldiers around. The governor tried to spot and identify the 2 soldiers, but failed. If his body was weak, his brain was strong. If his knees were trembling, his brain was racing coordinately. It soon occurred to him that the submachine gun in his hand was a very incriminating possession and that it must be abandoned. So he handed the weapon over to the medical sergeant, who knew could not use it, and who, if caught with it, could not by military convention be punished for being in possession of it. At the same time, Governor Ejo found that he was, at any rate, temporarily out of the immediate battle area and without a weapon of war. He left the military hospital and continued his escape in a general northern direction, crossing the golf course and making for the Benin Airport Road. He soon spotted the elements of the secessionist soldiers, who had by then taken the Benin police headquarters. He walked towards them. He made this seemingly dangerous move in order to avoid suspicion, but he soon turned into an intersecting street and quickly worked himself out of sight of the soldiers. But this did not bring his troubles to an end. A car came careening towards him from the direction of the police headquarters. The governor, on the approach of the car, stepped off the street and into the compound of a strange household. He was immediately recognized by one Mr. Asemota, the head of the household, who, without caring about how he was endangering both himself and the members of his household by the act, took the fleeing governor into hiding. Benin City, the capital of the Midwest, of the Nigerian Federation had fallen into the hands of Lieutenant Colonel Chukwuemeka Odumego Ojukwu soldiers, and its military governor, Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo, had narrowly escaped capture in his own state house and was now hiding with the fate of his wife and children under the mercy of the local rebel command. I just wanted to read the entire chapter because it gives us an idea of what happened in the early hours from the perspective of the governor. Having read that, I'll just read bits and pieces. I'll go back to the original book that we started with yesterday. But let me just read a few things here. It says here, the strength of all the elements of the Nigerian army in the Midwest on August 9, 1967 was about 2 battalions, and the disposition of the 2 battalions was the disposition of the 2 battalions were as follows: Benin City 2 companies, Agbo 2 companies, Asaba 2 companies, Auchi 1 company, Warri 1 company, and Benin Lagos Road 1 company. Then it talks about the people who were in charge. Please just listen. This thing may sound like, what does this mean? But you're going to see something very interesting now. The command structure of the 2 battalions was also interesting and apparently contributed in no small measure to the rapid fall of the Midwest to the Biafrans when the latter made a lightning incursion into the state. The command structure was as follows. Please take a listen to this. Lieutenant Colonel Conrad Wanwo, 4th Area Commander and the overall commander of the 2 battalions. Lieutenant Colonel Trimnell, Benin Garrison Commander. Lieutenant Colonel Okwechime, Chief of Communications. Lieutenant Colonel Uwaje, General Staff Officer Operations. Lieutenant Colonel Keshi, Depot Commanding Officer. Lieutenant Colonel Igboba, Battalion Commander. Lieutenant Colonel Ochei, Battalion Commander. Major Bemudia, Quartermaster, and Major Eromobo, Intelligence Officer. I'll tell you why I read this thing, why I read it. See, all this thing I read, every single one of them who was Igbo betrayed the Midwest. Nwawo, Okwechime, Igboba, Ochei, Isiche, all of them. They made sure they betrayed them. Why? Because their brothers from the other side were coming in. Is it good? I don't know. The point is that ethnicity played a role there, but let's continue. It says here, I don't want to read everything because of time. The preponderance of, let's go back just a little. Out of a total of 42 officers in the Midwest 4th Area Command, including the military governor David Ejo, there were 28 Igbo-speaking officers. And out of 9 senior and policy-making officers, military governor Ejo was the only non-Igbo speaking person among them. The preponderance of officers of Igbo origin in the Federal Army unit in Benin was not offset by a similar condition in the Midwest Police. The police force then in the Midwest also had a preponderance of Igbo speaking officers and men. To still complicate the situation further and make the Midwest state a ripe apple that would, with only a push, fall into Ojukwu's hands, about 40% of the personnel in the state civil service and government corporations also came from the state's Igbo-speaking areas. The danger that was posed by the preponderance of Igbo-speaking personnel, not only in the Midwest Federal Army unit, but also in the state's police force and civil service, was not, however, lost on the astute military governor, Ejo. He made repeated attempts to persuade many of the Igbo-speaking officers in the state Federal Army unit to take up postings in Lagos or even abroad, if they considered anywhere else in the country dangerous because of the prevailing situation. All right, why did I read that part? You see, I want to just ask a question, then we'll go on from here. In Nigeria's history, whenever, again, with all due respect, with love to everybody, malice to none, whenever a person who was Igbo, whenever an Igbo person gets power, what he does every single time in the history of Nigeria at the federal level, I'm not talking about at the state level, say at your state, at the federal level or in a place where it's the minority, what it does is to fill the entire place with his own people. I'm going to spend some time on this. I want to ask you a question. How can 362,000 people, you know what, let's do a little math. Give me a second. Let me go to a book. I'm going to reel out some numbers and then we'll quickly do a very small mathematics. I like math. I think it helps the brain. You're going to see why certain people somebody power won't go on any. Where's that device that has calculator? Page 129. Please everybody remember it's page 129. We're reading this thing together, eh? Okay. 342,000. It's not even 364, it's 342. I think the calculator. Okay. Let's do math. Let's do quick math. Three four two 503 342,503 plus 688,404 plus 323,315 plus 82,284 plus 54,284. That's 1,490,790. Let's round it up to 1.5 million. Just 1.5 million, okay? Now, so let's say 342,503 divided by 1,500,000 times 100 is 22.8%. I'll explain something. So we have our math sorted now. The Igbo population in the Midwest was 342,503. The Edo, Benin, Afema, and Ishan together, their population was 688,404. Urobo and Isoko together were 323,315. Ijo was 82,284. Ishekiri was 54,284. The rough estimate, the Igbos should be 22.8% of the space. Okay? They'll be 22.8% of the entire place. So they are not the majority. The majority really was Edo, which again, when we are done with this, we'll discuss. We'll still come back to this, by the way. We'll discuss the Willings Commission report after this series. What you discover is that when they were planning to have when they started the agitation for the Midwest in 1952, the belief of Benin people is that both the capital and the power will be in their hands because they were the majority. But then, of course, Azikiwe showed them fire by ensuring that an Igbo man became the premier of that region. Why? Because NCNC was in power, and NCNC by that time in 1963 had essentially become an Igbo political party. Now, this is where I'm going. Having gotten the power, Osadebe and his people then made sure that the civil service of Midwest had more than 40% Igbo, even though their population don't reach that. Now, just in case you're one of those people, must be a clown though, who says, but they're educated, but it was merit. I want to read something to you from a particular document. I'm coming back to this, so because I think it's important. I'm going to go to our Telegram channel. If you belong to the channel, we can read together. We can read this particular bit together. Redomi Global. So if you go in there, you find the white paper. It's called White Paper, the New Political Alignment in Western Nigeria. Ẹkáàbọ, báwo ni? I want to read something to you. So, I want to read something about what happened in the Federal Civil Service. Whenever you hear that, Ahmadu Bello said something about Igbos taking their jobs in the north, and you say he's a bigot or he's a tribalist, I'm going to read something to you. Ẹkáàbọ, how are you? All right, so please listen to this. Dr. Kejani was made the head of Nigerian Railway Corporation. 57 direct appointments made by the Nigerian Railway Corporation during the tenure of office of the present chairman, Dr. Kejani. Of those 57, 27 were Igbos, 8 were other tribes, 22 were expatriates. In a country of many ethnic groups, 27, let me put it this way, of the 57, 35 were Nigerians, 22 were Igbo. Of those 35, 27 were Igbos, 8 were from other places. The grand total of 431 names on the current staff list of the Railway Corporation. So the entire Railway Corporation had 431 people. 270 of them were Igbos. 161 belonged to other tribes. This is not today's topic, but if I go into everything, you will see how it happened in every single parastatal that belongs to the federal government in 1964. For instance, if you look at the Nigerian Ports Authority on page 12 of that document, by the way, let me just write the link, so in case you want to use it, you can also check it. No go be like say, I like give you. So I'm going to type it here. So it's on YouTube. Please join with me Global if you want to access that document. Mambo. Can't type. Okay. All right. Out of a total 104 top positions in the Nigerian Ports Authority, 104. Out of 104, 77 were Igbos, 23 Yorubas, and the remaining 8 others. So 70% of the Nigerian Ports Authority in Yoruba land at the time went into the hands of the Igbos. Now, you may say, but by the way, Oshipo, but that's not today's topic. I'm going somewhere with this. You may say, but that's in the past. Well, last year, there was a hearing in the National Assembly. A lady who was leading a federal college of education in Anambra State came, to answer some questions. And when she got there, they asked her, how many people are on your staff list? There are 860 something. They asked her, how many people from Bayelsa work there? 1. Kano, 1. This place, 1. Enugu, about 30 plus from Enugu. Okay. How many people from Anambra work in that place? 811. Out of 860, 65 or 67 thereabouts. 811, that's about 90%. 811 from that state. The next the next state that had a high number was Enugu, and that had about 30 people. And then 111. It's a federal government parastatal. It's a federal government college of education. What am I saying? That same pattern, guys, I like to spot patterns. I won't tell you how I learned it, but it's important. It helps us in life. That same pattern that you saw in the East, you saw in the federal government. By the way, if you read the book by Elechi Amadi, he talked about the kind of civil service they had in the East. Some people were changing their names in order to get jobs. You have to sound Igbo. In the North, it became predominantly Igbo. Yes, originally was because there was need for it, to be honest. They had more people working there because the Hausas did not start going to school early enough. But when they did start going to school, they changed it with the Northernization policy, which was what the Sardauna was discussing in the 1964 interview with BBC, that people are calling him a tribalist, and I've said it several times. That thing that he did, I will do the exact same thing. You know why? He was not the premier of the country. He was the premier of the North. His duty was to his own people. His only people who don't understand this basic thing. He did not, and that's exactly what Anambra State government is doing today. Anambra State government put out an ad the other day for people looking for a job in the health sector. One of the criteria was that you must be an indigene, not a citizen of Nigeria. You must be an indigene of Anambra State to get that job. So I'm saying that because whenever you hear people crying all over the place shouting that you're a bigot, ask them what goes on back home. They did not get into those spaces in the federal parastatals or in the Midwest or, by the way, I'll come to, or any of those spaces because they were better than others. It was nepotism. How can you have 70% of Nigerian Ports Authority job? Guess what? I don't want to go deep into it, but one day we'll go back into it. You hear about how people, in fact, let me read one crazy one to you. It was a janitor. Let's see if I quickly find it. A janitor. You don't say what don't slow down by. The minister's brother, Njoku was a minister. His brother joined the Nigerian Railways as a messenger and retired as a messenger. We woke up one morning only to discover that the Njoku, the retired railway messenger, had been appointed member of the board of the Railway Corporation, and soon after he became chairman of a staff selection committee and a registered railway contractor. Why? His brother was a minister. Another example before we go on. There's another person called Okere. He was a cousin to Dr. Ekejani. The record shows that this man had only class 4 certificate, but then he was a clerk. He was a clerk in the accounts branch of the railway. Class 4 certificate, was a clerk in the accounts branch. We know you will be staggered to hear that the fellow is now the Railway Corporation's representative in London. 3 Yorubas who are qualified secretaries are skipped over for the chairman's cousin, George O. Ye Gods. You know what? It gets deeper, but that's not today's topic. What I'm trying to point out is that whatever they were talking about in the Midwest, in terms of the preponderance of Igbo people working in their space, is not happening only there. It happened in other places, and it happened only because one person had power. Listen, it's not about whether you hate the group, it's the culture. Whether it's good or bad, you be the judge of that. It's just something you have to be aware of as a Yoruba person, understanding your neighbors. And whenever you hear that thing of, it's because of his meritocracy, his competence, is not competence. One day we'll have another session to discuss what happened fully. Then there's a list. But again, if you don't want to wait until that time, or even if you want to wait till then, you want to read it, go to Redomi Global on Telegram. The link is up there. Check it out. You will go to the library section, you will find the white paper there, and then you understand exactly what happened in 1964. By the way, it happened from 1960 to 1964, and then happened again from January of 66 until July of 66, when everything scattered. Every time. That's what happens. Am I saying this to hate anybody? No, I'm saying so that you, Nigerians, you will understand who you're living with. It's not about we are all together. We are different people. Some people are very clannish. So I'm going to go back to the book by Otta, then I will now jump back to the book by Uyilawa. So it says here, the preponderance of officers of Igbo origin in the Federal Army units in Benin was not offset by a similar condition in the Midwest Police. The police force then in the Midwest also had the preponderance of Igbo-speaking officers and men. To still complicate the situation further and make the Midwest state a ripe apple that would, with only a push, fall into Ojuku's hands, about 40% of the personnel in the state civil service and government corporations also came from the state's Igbo-speaking areas. Because they are qualified? No, because Osadebe was the premier. The danger that was posed by the preponderance, and you cannot tell me it was because anybody went to school. These guys were in Western region. This is not East. They were in Western region. All of them, Urobo, Isoko, Igbo, Bini, Afemai, Isha, Esako, Auchi, all of them had free education. So it's not a matter of what happened in the north. Everybody had access. If you read Papa's interview in 1983, he was talking about how they used to call, kids in Urobo, Awolowo's children, kids in Benin, Awolowo's children. They had the way they built those schools, so they allowed all of them to go to, everybody went to school, even though went to NCNC, only 6. One day I'll have a session on that thing, that what happened in those areas. That's why when people tell me about what's happening in the Midwest, what some Deltans are saying, I say, to be honest, I think the people who are talking, either they were not taught by their parents, or they are who they say they are is not really who they are. Isoko, Ishekiri, of course, Ishekiri. There are people. Even the Igbos, Midwest Igbos, all of them had access to free education, Bini people. Therefore, you cannot use education to justify not allowing them to work in the regional civil service, and ensuring that about 40% of it went to Igbo hands. It happened because of nepotism. We have to say this thing again and again. And I'm saying this primarily because they gaslight us too much. When you say you are more qualified for what? Oh, it was about competence. There was no competence. And why am I saying this? Because it happened in the past? No. I'm not saying this because it happened in the past. I'm saying it because it's a cultural thing that still happens today, even in private companies in Lagos. When you hear things and people get angry on social media and say things like, we went to this place, would you guys believe me if I told you? Well, if you don't believe, if you tell me no, I'll find the source. Maybe another day I'll show you. There were jobs in Lagos State where a person was bold enough to write, Yoruba people should not bother to apply. And the HR is from the same ethnic group. There are offices on the island, for instance, that just about everybody. See, if you prefer this thing, if this is what people want to do, it's not a problem. If you think I'm saying this for people to stop it, maybe not really. It's just that when you hear that you who happen to be open, you are open, you allow people to come in, you bring people in, and then one day you decide to give your own people maybe 10% more. The group that calls you a bigot for doing that gives 100% to his own people. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Am I saying shut your door to the outsiders? Not really. But I'm saying that you've got to understand that your own people must have, there has to be something that the people get for coming from a particular place without having to apologize for it. It's like you coming to my house, for instance, my children have access to certain things that you will not have access to because they are mine. It's just that we are open, we allow other people to get stuff, which is okay, kinda. The problem is when those people now begin to tell you that you need to give me more, open up. I'm like, Shema, like, where you're coming from, you don't even allow people to have what you are enjoying. There is no single state in Western region today, in Southwest, there's no single state that doesn't have Igbo people in the civil service. Is it bad? No. The question is that, can you say the same thing of the Southeast? I'm not talking about this tokenism of I have one person that is working as SA. I'm talking about in the civil service. And don't say they're not looking for jobs there. There are many governments in Southwest that tell NYSC guys, stay back, we're going to give you something. Does it happen in other places? Should he continue Yoruba land? Yes. One day I'll tell you why I sound like this, because people say, close it up, send them away. No. See, we'll talk about it some other time. The point is that there's an advantage to that they will never get where they're coming from. That's one thing. But regardless of that advantage, your own people must have prime of place. And those who insult you about that, they are very clannish. You are not clannish. You are always saying, okay, we are all together. Oh boy, no be like that. So anyway, 40% of the civil service were Igbos at the time. The danger that was posed by the preponderance of Igbo-speaking personnel, not only in the Midwest Federal Army unit, but also in the State Police Force and civil service, was not, however, lost on the astute military governor, Ejo. He made repeated attempts. He made repeated attempts to persuade many of the Igbo-speaking officers in the state's federal army units to take up postings in Lagos. So he was saying, you guys, maybe you should go to Lagos. By the way, he wasn't talking about Lagos State. He was talking about the capital of Nigeria. Guys, in case you hear me say this over and over and you wonder why I'm always repeating it, is because propaganda is Poju. Lagos State was never the capital of Nigeria. We'll continue now. So he kept telling them that maybe they should, was trying to persuade them to go elsewhere so that the other groups in the place would also have some opportunity. But that didn't really help him, to be honest. So he says here, he reasonably feared that if he did, that is, if he forced the issue of them moving, the already taut nerves of the Igbos would snap and bring about the early disintegration of the state. He instead chose to buy time, and with it, what he thought was unity of the state. He was soon to become wiser but sadder. The first indication Governor Ejo had that time would soon demand payment from him was information that he obtained by accident. As part of the general blockade action against the, I'll take it again. As part of the general blockade action that the federal government had decided to take against Biafra, Governor Ejo was directed to block the Niger Bridge at the Asaba end of it. He and his government were also charged with seeing to it that nothing passed from Asaba over the bridge to Onitsha. He accordingly ordered the bridge to be locked. Please listen. He accordingly ordered the bridge to be blocked. But he had no sooner done this than a report reached him that the bridge was not always closed to all traffic going to the east, especially at night. Who opened the bridge? Your guess is as good as mine. He paid a surprise visit to the bridge himself one night and found to his dazed amazement that the report was true, that he could not completely trust the preponderantly Igbo-led army unit in the Midwest had thus dawned on him. He had to order the State Ministry of Works to block the entrance to the bridge with concrete posts. A military governor with an ungovernable army unit. He had to turn to a civilian organization to execute his command. This was what the Midwest was like before the invasion. Folks, because of their ethnic affiliation, would do things that will hurt their region, but will help the other region where his own people are also present. The governor could not act against the Igbo-speaking officers despite the overwhelming evidence of his own eyes. That Governor Ejo could not act against the Igbo-speaking officers despite the overwhelming evidence of his own eyes was understandable, given his and his state's circumstances. The only thing he could have done to offset the preponderance of Igbo-speaking officers and men in the Midwest Army units was to send soldiers of non-Midwest origin to the unit, which would have been crassly imprudent. All right, we're going to stop on that. 1 second. So essentially, I'm trying to jump something because of time. They declared neutrality in the Midwest. They're not supporting the federal government. They're not supporting the Igbos. But guess what? That didn't change anything because the people they were dealing with, they had their own goals. So let's read a little more before we go to the other book. It says here, again, the book we're reading is The Trial of Biafra's Leaders by Nelson Otta. It says, as the Civil War came through the Midwest to the River State, this, it was also decided, was to be done without the knowledge of the Igbo-speaking officers in the Midwest Federal Army Unit. But the boats that would carry the team were to be escorted. This posed a problem. Since the Igbo-speaking officers in the Midwest were not to know anything about the movement of this team, the required escort could not therefore be sent for the boats from the Midwest Federal Army Unit, since this could not be done without the Igbo-speaking officers knowing about it. By the way, this was what Osichie was referring to in the other book. To resolve this problem, the Chief of Naval Staff was asked to send troops that had special knowledge of the river states from Lagos to escort the team. The troops that the Chief of Naval Staff sent came under the command of an officer of Midwest origin, Lieutenant Igbinosa. The officer arrived in Benin with the troops on August 5, 1967 at about 9:30 a.m. This was about 4 days before the invasion. He could not, while in Benin, contact the military governor direct, as he had not received such instruction from Lagos, and as protocol was against his doing so, he instead contacted the 4th Area Commander, Conrad Wanwo, who immediately summoned a meeting of Igbo-speaking officers and told them of the development. The outcome of this issue was that Lieutenant Igbinosa was ordered by the area commander to take his troops back to Lagos that night. The military governor was not informed of the incident until the following day, when it was already too late for him to do anything about it. It was also common knowledge that the Igbo-speaking officers and men of the unit of the federal troops in the state were pro-Ojukwu, that they viewed all economic measures taken against Ojukwu by the federal authorities as directed against themselves and other Igbo-speaking elements in the state, and that they used their position both to thwart the war effort of the federal authorities as well as to help Ojukwu in every possible way. Governor Ejo, like Canute with the waves, found that there was nothing he could do. Yet, no drastic action was taken against them. They were allowed in the hope and belief that to do otherwise would be to play into their hands, to play their hide-and-seek game with the federal authorities until Ojukwu struck at the Midwest in the early hours of August 9, 1967. Now let's go to the book by Uyilawa. We're on that by Vivid bang bang. Page 120. 6, I think. All right. So let's continue from where we stopped with this book yesterday. So this book is called The Midwest Response to the Midwest States Non-Igbo Minorities Responses to Biafran Invasion by Uyilawa Uswanlele. It says here, the Midwest region's government proclaimed neutrality was therefore not taken seriously by the Eastern region's government, not only because of the support among some of the Midwestern Igbo officers or Igbo soldiers in the Midwest Area Command, but also due to the known weakness of the newly formed Midwest Military Area Regional Command. These factors bolstered Eastern Region's military governor Ojukwu's confidence and readiness to take on the federal military government. This is evident in Ojukwu's statement, quote, "The actual situation is that Gowon commands troops stationed in the north, in Lagos and the west. Though the Midwest tended to agree with Lagos, Ejo is not really in effective control there," end quote. So even before anything happened, Ojukwu knew that Ejo was not in control because his men, his tribesmen, and let me use it that way. Or maybe they were not even his tribesmen, because these days they say they are Igbo speaking, they are not Igbos. But that's on them to explain. Actually, they've explained it, but that's not today's topic. Anyway, the point is that those people worked with him, and they were the ones that were undermining the work of David Ejo in the Midwest. But let's continue. Ojukwu's statement was most likely based on the fact that the predominantly Igbo-dominated officer corps and men of the Midwest Military Area Command were divided over support for the Eastern Region's government stance and almost along ethnic lines on the matter. In other words, the Igbo officers supported Ojukwu, and the non-Igbo people did not support. It was against this background of increased tensions and clashes in the Midwest and the increase in transigence of the Eastern Region's government that the federal military government abolished. I keep explaining this thing. Anyway, they broke the 3 regions into 12 states, while Midwest region remained intact and renamed Midwest State on 27 May 1967. This act granted autonomy to minority areas of the eastern and northern regions and freed them from Igbo and Hausa political domination. The Igbo-dominated leadership of the former Eastern Region government immediately followed the abrogation of the regional structure with a declaration of secession of the region from Nigeria and adopted the name Republic of Biafra on 30 May 1967. I've explained this before, that Ojukwu did not declare Biafra until after I mean, but let me say it this way. By the time Ojukwu declared Biafra, there was no Eastern region anymore. Eastern region ceased to exist on 27th May 1967. Ojukwu declared Biafra on 30th May 1967. 1 second, guys. So when they declared Biafra, there was no Eastern region anymore at the time, which means that even Ojukwu, from even declaring Biafra itself, it was going into other people's territory. And I always wonder, I don't have to wonder anymore, I'm sure we've talked about it. Have you ever wondered why they never asked for Igbo nation? Let me take a short break. Why do people never ask for Igbo nation? It would make sense, wouldn't it? Please stop sending requests. For now, please. Because they cannot survive alone. That's the truth. That's the answer. Thank you very much for a very short answer. Let's continue. The leadership of Biafra under Ojukwu not only claimed the right to self-defense, but went further in assigning itself the liberation of southern Nigeria from the feudal Muslim northern forces that is alleged controlled Nigeria. Since 1964, the Eastern Regional Government had not only threatened secession, but also undertaking studies on the economic viability and survival of an independent Eastern region. One such study showed that an independent Eastern region survival would be dependent on the vast oil resources of the minority areas, which was 57.1%, since the Igbo areas had only 5.8% oil. And I said yesterday, that Igbo area is the Igbo-speaking area. Who tell you today that they are not Igbo? Why did they say that? Because they were never Igbo. Someone sent me a message a lot today, and I told the person, I said, listen, it was like, you said Igbos have no civilization. I said, no, I didn't say that. I'm not going to define what civilization meant to them, but that's not what I said. I said they had no common identity. The identity existed. Well, even today, everybody that you see in the southeastern part of Nigeria, the 5 states, all of them were not Igbo until Oyibo came. In other words, they don't have common ancestry, common ethnic identity. No, they did not. But that doesn't mean that they had no civilization. So I just want to use this opportunity to say it out, because somebody sent me a message that I said they had no civilization. They have their own idea of civilization, but they didn't have a common identity until colonialism or colonization. Colonization. It was colonization that did that. Yoruba, for instance, let me quickly say something here. Yoruba, it is true that that name was not used for all of us. But the identity, the common ancestry, the common roots was established thousands of years before Igbo came to Nigeria. That's different. When we talk about identity, it's not about name. It's not just about name. Like, do we all have the same name? So you hear people say things like, even Yoruba, it's not getting contact. Some people don't like to be, it's true, some people don't like to be called did not like to be called Yoruba. Spirit of ancestors, is it everything you must hear? Why must you hear everything? I mean, everybody has his own version of whatever it is. Person was telling me, how about Eri Kingdom? With all due respect, I mean, everybody knows where Eri was from now. Everybody knows where he was from. Like I said, I'm not talking about anybody's history, at least not today, but if any group should be thankful to Nigeria along, say Igbos. And on behalf of them, I thank Nigeria. Let's continue. So he says, one such study showed that an independent Eastern region survival will be dependent on the vast oil resources of the minority areas. In other words, everything they needed would come from outside them. And that has been the story for a very, 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 even before Nigeria, but let's all be acting like we're all that. Anyway, it says undergirding. So it says they had issue because of the oil will come from 7%, minority areas with 7.1%, and then because they had only 5.8% and a large population suffering from land hunger and declining agricultural productivity. But undergirding Biafran liberationist war, I'll take it again. Undergirding Biafran's liberationist war aims was the control of the resource riches of the minority areas. Biafra's interest in the oil resources of the Midwest is attested by Ejo's allegation of Ojuku's proposal for the two regions to form an oil consortium. We talked about this yesterday. How Ojuku was saying, Ejo, that let's come together. I'm the governor of the East. There's oil in rivers. You are the governor of the Midwest. There's oil in the Delta province. We'll now have a consortium. But guess what? I have the plan, the operational plan. This is it. That one said no, he didn't want. Anyway, let's continue. Let's move very, very fast. The ease of invasion, so we're moving on now. The ease of invasion and occupation of the Midwest was facilitated by the weaker military force and armament of the Midwest Military Area Command, and more importantly, by the connivance of the most senior Igbo officers who had almost complete control of the armory. There are accounts of lax security. So I'm trying not to go back to everything we discussed yesterday, but they collected the keys to the armory, removed all the magazines from the armory. There was lax security in Asaba. There were clashes between police and the army on the eve of the Biafran invasion. Ogbomudia also alleged that Colonel Wanwo, a Midwestern Igbo officer, showed a lackadaisical attitude towards the invasion and only called a meeting after Biafran troops had effectively occupied the state. Wanwo quickly switched sides and defected to Biafra. Other Midwestern Igbo officers who worked for Biafra stated their different reasons for supporting Biafra. Now let's move very fast. The Biafran invasion of the Midwest, which was led by Colonel Victor Banjo and Lieutenant Colonel Folo Yewole, both Yoruba, and other Igbo military officers, was virtually without incident and welcomed in the Midwest Igbo areas. In his study of the Biafran War, Michael Gold claims that Banjo took Benin without the loss of a single life. Indeed, the inhabitants gave the invading troops a jubilant welcome. But this claim of Biafran occupation is not true for all areas of the Midwest and its people, as it caught the non-Igbo areas unawares and was achieved through sporadic fighting and violence. An Irish priest. Please share the live, like the live. TikTok, YouTube, please. Let's like the live. And the same on Facebook and TikTok. Thank you. An Irish priest reported the violence that was perpetrated by the Biafran soldiers who took Benin. The leper settlement in Osiomo had about 1,200 residents before the war. I'm sure you remember this one. Divided by the Osiomo River, the Igbos lived on the east bank, and Benin's Yorubas and others on the west bank. When Biafrans invaded in August, they swept through the Igbo side and, crossing the river to the west side, killed all the Benis and Yorubas they could find. 6 weeks later, the federals came from the other direction, set up the artillery on the Benin side and shelled the Igbo side, after which they crossed the river and killed any Igbos remaining. Like I said yesterday, when you hear the history of the war, all you hear is that the federal troops went to that kind of place and bombed everywhere. They are bad people. Nobody tells you that before the federals got there, the folks from that other side, the Igbos, for instance, had worked with their own people and bombed anything that was federal. Nobody talks about that part, but it's important so we can condemn both sides and be fair. Virtually all the newspapers, including Nnamdi Azikiwe's West African Pilot, reported fighting in some towns in the Midwest during the invasion. The Biafran capture of Benin City, the capital of Midwest State, was not without resistance and violence. West Africa magazine described it as a mutiny of the Midwest Military Area Command, which involved street fighting for several hours between mutinous and loyal troops of Benin garrison, resulting in the Biafran overpowering and disarming of the police and loyalist Midwest soldiers. I mean, it's easy now. If Biafrans are coming and your own soldiers in the Midwest are already divided, it makes sense. Naturally, they're going to overpower the maybe half of, it's not even up to half of the troops. Let's continue. The Videjo claimed that while the invaders were busy occupying Benin City, Lieutenant Colonel Oche of the Midwest Area Command, acting on instructions from Benin, launched an attack on the government house with the intention of capturing or killing him. That's the attack that we read in the book by Nelson Ota earlier. He says, but he fought his way out with a gun. Similar fights took place in Auchi, Ubiaja, Ugeli, and Wari, while the massacres of Northerners by Biafrans were recorded in Benin City and Sapele amidst rioting in Urobo areas. The number of deaths from this first day of invasion and occupation is not known. The major victims of this fight were officers of the police force, which was reported to have lost many men during the occupation. And since the over 250 policemen of Eastern Nigerian origin in the Midwest were redeployed to Biafra in May 1967, it is safe to assume that the majority of those killed were non-Igbo officers. The entry of Biafran troops into Midwestern towns and villages was characterized by search for, torture, and killings of suspected Northern Nigerians, conscription of soldiers, and the seizure and looting of food, livestock, vehicles, machinery, money, and any item that caught their fancy, as well as raping of women. Eyewitness accounts and newspapers reported that the Biafrans targeted the Hausa quarters of most towns. Igbo residents pointed out the residents of Northern Nigerians in addition to searching the houses of Midwesterners suspected of hiding Northern Nigerians. In Benin City, many resident Northern Nigerians were loaded into trucks and taken out of the city by the Biafran soldiers, and it is not clear what happened to them. Some personal accounts provided clues as to the fate of these residents. 65-year-old Labo Sokoto, a Northern Nigerian, claimed that he was shot in the chest and dumped in the bush, but helped by local people to later escape to the north. The Northern Nigerian government newspaper, New Nigeria, reported various atrocities allegedly committed against Northern Nigerians in the Midwest. Some Ẹkáàbọ people, an Igbo-speaking group, confirmed that they helped to hide and protect non-Igbos, which included Northern Nigerians, from being killed by Biafran soldiers. The atrocities were also extended to all non-Igbo groups, which showed signs of hostility from the moment of the occupation. The fighting and violence that characterized the invasion and occupation frightened many non-Igbo people and foreigners into fleeing the major towns without their valuable properties. These properties became the immediate target of the Biafran soldiers and their civilian Igbo and non-Igbo accomplices. The West African Pilot newspaper reported that Biafrans confiscated foodstuff and other commodities, which were immediately taken to Biafra. Oyewole, who led one of the columns invading Biafran Oyewole, who led one of the columns of invading Biafran soldiers, corroborated in the Midwest. Quote, troops of the Liberation Army did not behave in a manner likely to improve their relationship with the people of the areas they occupied. By the way, that particular phrase, I've read it somewhere before. One second, guys. I've read that phrase somewhere before. And I think I remember that phrase. Yeah, it's similar. Not the exact phrase, but it's similar. The book is Why We're Struck by Adewale Ademoga. Let me read something that's quite similar. No. Yes, I read the phrase yesterday from this book, but there's another book that has something close. This book is called Why We're Struck by Adewale Ademoga. He says, as soon as they were in Benin, the troops got loose and started to alienate the feelings of the local community from themselves. But they were soon gathered again to continue the advance. That phrase, they started to alienate the feelings of the local community from themselves. That simple thing, it's actually what this guy is about to tell us when he said they acted in a manner not likely to improve their relationship with the people of the areas they occupied. What did they do? We'll get into it. The worst hit towns were Warri, Benin, and Sapele. Who led the battalion into Warri, Benin, and Sapele? Bing, 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 bing. Anybody? Major Humphrey Chukwuka. Or was it captain? It was captain. Captain Humphrey Chukwuka. He was the one who led the battalion. So what happened in Benin, in Warri, Benin, and Sapele? Benin, by the way, had what's the man's name? Was Adekomi says used to write notes. The man's name is Akaga. Lieutenant Colonel Akaga. I was right. It's Major Chukwuka that was in Warri, Sapele, and Ueli. Lieutenant Colonel Akaga was in Bini and Ore. Lieutenant Colonel Mike Ivonso went to Auchi, Agenebo, Janokene. That's one working with Alexander Majebo. Let's continue. The worst hit towns were Warri, Benin, and Sapele. Men of 18th Battalion based in Warri were notorious, looting anything they could turn into cash. Abandoned commercial houses were indiscriminately broken into and emptied by looters. Nothing was considered too big to be removed. Vehicles, bags of salt, and provisions of all sorts were favored commodities. Excuse me. Some of the things were either sold on the spot at giveaway prices or sent to Biafra to be sold later. It was not difficult to find ready markets in the Midwest, with thousands of Biafrans streaming into the liberated states to do business. It was not an uncommon occurrence to see a soldier in Warri dash another one the sum of 50 or even 100 pounds. Most of the beneficiaries were those who visited either from Biafra or some other operational areas within the Midwest, where there was no opportunity for looting. He went further to report, quote, all the cars that were abandoned in Warri, including those of people, mostly expatriates, who had left Warri by boat, disappeared fast. The easiest excuse for stealing a car was to claim that the car was required at Enugu. He also observed the few who manned checkpoints when they existed used the opportunity to terrorize and extort money from innocent civilians. Like I said yesterday, these are the people who were just going to Lagos. They were not trying to terrorize anybody. Biafran soldiers also engaged in outright seizure and confiscation of motor vehicles from their owners and drivers. Their excuse was that they were for military operations and were never seen again. The owners who resisted such seizures were killed. Benson Ibude, the son of one of the victims, alleged that his 39-year-old father was dragged out of his vehicle in Ugo by Biafran soldiers and killed. Though Oyewole did not report the killings by Biafrans, he noted their indiscriminate shooting at the slightest provocation. Numerous deaths occurred from such incidents, which were common under occupation. Defiance, resistance, and sabotage took various forms in various parts of the non-Igbo areas, while the Biafran soldiers and collaborators detained and killed arrested resistors. This is confirmed by James Akwenino, a teenager during the occupation, who stated, quote, outright molestation, harassment, and killings of non-Igbo civilians became a common feature on a daily basis. In fact, the Biafran occupation was a nightmare of brutal excesses from Biafran soldiers on non-Igbo speaking indigenous people of the state. At night, suspected saboteurs were fished out of their homes, arrested, and oftentimes summarily executed. Senior non-Igbo civil servants such as Imokwede, Secretary to the Government, Joseph Adeola, the Commissioner of Police, Olu Akpata, a Permanent Secretary, and Samuel Umweni, engineer at Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, were arrested, taken to Biafra, and detained till the end of the war. The Biafran invasion of the Midwest was also regarded as an Igbo affair. As a result, many more Igbos were sent. I'm going to start reading slowly now. I was trying to cover everything we've done before. So now we are moving on to something fresh in this book. My man. This thing you're writing in the comment section is interesting. Anyway, let's go on. The Biafran invasion. One second, guys. 1 second. Just a second. The Biafran invasion of the Midwest was also regarded as an Igbo affair. As a result, many more Igbos were sent to the Mid. One instance of this was the appointment of, I want to read this. One instance of this was the appointment of senior Eastern Igbo civil servants into the Midwest Public Service without due process on orders from Biafran authorities in Enugu, in a place that they're just passing through to get to Lagos. You are bringing senior civil servants from Enugu to the Midwest. in a place that you're not conquering, you're not occupying, you're just passing through. You're not occupying it, you're not conquering it, you're not invading it, you're just passing through. You're going to Lagos. It says there was the appointment of senior Eastern Igbo civil servants. Not even see, it's bad enough to have too many Midwestern Igbos in the Midwest civil service, much more than any other group in the Midwest. Although they were the minority, they were the minority ethnic group, but they were the majority in terms of the jobs in civil service. And it was not because they were more educated, because all of them had access to the same education under Awolowo. That education argument is a lie. You can't even use it in the Midwest. All of them went to school, Awolowo schools. What really happened again was nepotism. Now he's saying that as bad as that was, something worse happened, and which was that Ojukwu was sending civil servants from the east, from Enugu, proper Igbo, to go work in the Midwest as Oga. One instance of, okay, I read it again. Other Igbos on their own moved into the Midwest to seek their fortune. This made the local non-Igbo people perceive the Igbo as bent on domination and oppression of the people of the Midwest. If you tell an Igbo man this one now, most of them will tell you that you don't understand. They will never acknowledge all these things. The people's perception and negative attitude towards the Igbo was made worse by the fact that some of the Igbo who were perpetrating these atrocities were their former acquaintances, neighbors, or friends. The Biafran soldiers included many Igbo who had lived in the Midwest before the crisis and knew the terrain and were well acquainted with the local people. The Igbo community was soon divided into two groups: those who were not connected with or active in Biafran activities, and those who were active agitators on behalf of Biafra, known as Enugu clique, named after Enugu, the capital of Biafra. It's raining here, so if it gets louder, it's because it's raining. 1 second, please. All right, thank you for staying tuned. Careful, oh, sorry guys. All right, thanks for staying tuned. Let's go back to this. It gets worse, by the way, and I hope you can still hear me even with this, with the sound of the rain. Just think of it as sound of music. The sound of music. All right. There were also some non-Igbo. Sorry, something is distracting me. Please, let's keep the conversation on what we're discussing. Please. These tiny things I should be usually. I can't take my eyes off the comment section, so please help me. I think it has background effect, Abby. Absolutely. Where was I? Thank you for understanding. Thank you, Yoruba Nation. Thank you. Switch off background noise isolation. Wọ́n gbàgbé kan ṣe é sílẹ̀ yìí, wọ́n gbàgbé ẹ̀, wọ́n ṣe é sílẹ̀ yìí. Tabatira don't ṣe sí. Tabatira don't ṣe sí àmọ́ síbẹ̀. All right, let's go on. The Igbo community was soon divided into two groups. Oh boy, I think my network is hanging. Oh, are we all good? Are we all good? Are we all good? Okay, sorry. The rain usually affects this dish, but I'm sure we're good. Don't worry, we can hear you. Okay, thank you. The Igbo community was soon divided into two groups: those who were not connected with or active in Biafra activities, and those who were active agitators on behalf of Biafra, known as Enugu clique, named after Enugu, the capital of Biafra. There were also some non-Igbo who saw the occupation as the opportunity to gain position, and or material benefits. This latter group and members of the Enugu clique were responsible for gathering and passing information to the administration for action, particularly arrest, detention, and killing of suspected saboteurs. To worsen the situation, the local administration appointed by the Biafran authorities demanded and appealed for donation of foodstuff and money to help Biafra at a time when Biafran forces had looted the properties and food was running short in the Midwest. So you come into my region, you steal the food, send it to Biafra, loot the shops, send stuff to Biafra, and then you're now appealing to the people to donate money and food for Biafra. No be madness with that. The administration even compelled the Oba of Benin to broadcast an appeal to the people for donations to Biafra. By the end of August, the shortage of food and materials were so acute that the West Africa magazine reported that the invasion has brought the Midwest to a standstill. The Biafran authorities, sorry guys, I'm not saying you should not write to, let us write to, I'm just saying that we should not write about other things. So please don't stop commenting. I don't want to discourage anybody. I'm not discouraging you from commenting. No, please feel free to write stuff, but please let's just write about. Let's just write based on what we're discussing. It could be, it doesn't have to be what I'm saying, no, but the topic is but please don't stop commenting. I just want you to, because I would want to respond, because I would think sometimes I assume that your people are either trying to ask questions or commenting on what I'm saying, and I have to make certain points clearer. All right. Thanks for understanding. So let's continue. The Biafran authorities embarked on a recruitment drive for soldiers. These attracted unemployed youth and Biafra sympathizers, including some non-Igbo. Recruitment was more successful in the Igbo areas, which was home to most sympathizers and agents of Biafra. In the non-Igbo areas, incentives of as much as £130 per month, which were more than double the salary of a university graduate, were promised to volunteers. They promised them that they were going to pay them £130 per month, which was double the salary of a university graduate. So a soldier will get double. Whenever something is too good to be true, it's usually that it is too good to be true. Forced conscription of some of the known opponents of Biafra was reported along with the conscription of even teenagers of Midwestern origin into the Biafran army. By the way, all of this is happening while you are claiming that you are not in the Midwest to occupy or control the Midwest. You are just on your way to Lagos. These conscripts were quickly trained and deployed to guard duties and the Western Front to fight the advancing Federal Army, which entered the Midwest on 13th August and subsequently to the other fronts in Biafra. Over 500 of such conscripts from the Midwest were later rescued as prisoners of war and evacuated to Makurdi. I want to play a video from one of such people. I want to play you a video, well, audio. You're going to only listen. You're going to hear it from one of such people that was forced. In this case, though, it was in the southeastern states. That was present in the Ẹkáàbọ and Cross River, rather than in the Midwest. But they had the same experience. And I'll play, 1 second, let me play this in your hearing. All right. Mr. Babatunde, oh, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. You are allowed. You are definitely allowed. So please feel free to do so. Please reach out to me, please. Thank you. All right, all right. Okay. The delivery I'm one rush out, but we'll talk about it. Thank you very much for the offer. Please take a listen to this.
So how do you happen to be in the uniform?
I was forced to join the Ojukwu soldiers.
Oh, you are forced to find Ojukwu soldiers?
Yes, sir.
Who forced you?
Ojukwu rebel soldiers forced me to join them. When I returned from Lagos.
You returned from Lagos?
Yes, sir.
To go where? To go Ogoja?
When I returned from Lagos to my home.
Oh, to your home?
Yes, sir, to escort my wife.
To escort your wife from where?
From Lagos to...
Oh, yes. You escort your wife from Lagos to Ogoja?
Ogoja. So I was forced to join army. So we have been demanded for our state. And they suspect me that as I return from Lagos, I may carry anything back to Lagos again because I was hurried to go back to Lagos. Some of my brothers are now in detention.
Yeah.
They are struggling for state. So when I joined them, I was not told that I'm going to join army. No. I was just taken by some soldiers to Pricot. The next day, I see training. I started to run with them. Till training me. After training, I was brought up to fight. I have to escape myself and meet my brothers who are fighting for me, Nigerian soldiers. I surrender myself.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm up to 28 years, sir.
28?
Yes, sir.
28?
28, sir.
28, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, how many of you were captured?
From Ogoja, sir?
Yes.
Anyway, they brought boys from different places. But Bouquet boys, I know we were 5 of us.
Well, how many captured prisoners have you seen, say, around here? Or how many of you do you think?
Soldiers. Yes. Those are soldiers. We are 5 of us, sir.
Here?
Yes, sir.
From Ogoja?
No, sir. Ogoja, only one person, sir.
Yeah, only one person?
Yes, sir.
But where you kept you, how many of you?
We are 5 of us, but some they missed roads, some we are killed. I don't know where about. Perhaps they are still coming behind.
But what I'm asking you now, how many prisoners are in this town? Where they went and got you?
Where they get me?
Yeah, now where they brought you from?
Oh, where they brought me. I think we are 137 or something like that.
137.
Yes.
So they keep you in different places. Yes. But in your own camp, where they keep you,
we are 137.
There are others in various places.
And Western Front to the army, which entered the Midwest on 13th August and subsequently to other fronts in Biafra. Over 500 of such conscripts from the Midwest were later rescued as prisoners of war and evacuated to Makodi. The non-Igbo peoples of the Midwest at home and abroad were united in their condemnation of the Midwestern Igbo betrayal and treachery in the invasion of the Midwest. 1 second. I have a theory. And my theory is that everybody was complaining about what the Igbos did, whether it was during the coup, during invasions of the Midwest and what happened in Ogoja area. People spoke a lot about treachery and betrayal, and it became too much for the people to bear that they decided to spin it and they began to say that every other person in Nigeria is either a sabo, a traitor, and they'll be saying you are a betrayer. That's what that's actually the word they use, betrayal, or they say sabo. And the funny thing is, what I see is a person who choose to allege, like essentially raise allegations against you, make allegations against you based on what he has been known to do. So again, whenever we read this, you see a lot of treachery, betrayal, and they're always talking about a particular group, and they're the ones who call others that. May God help all of us, and may God heal our land. But I think it starts with people taking responsibility, or maybe being cut off. So everybody wants their own nation so badly, but it will not be Biafra, unless Biafra does not have any other place apart from Igbo area only. Which will not be a bad idea, by the way. Because, of course, we have examples in South Africa. There's Botswana, there's Lesotho. So it's not a problem. Don't worry, we'll be good neighbors. Right? The non-Igbo peoples of the Midwest at home and abroad were united in their condemnation of the Midwestern Igbo betrayal and treachery in the invasion of the Midwest. Various Midwestern Igbo groups resident in the various Nigerian towns outside the Midwest were just as vociferous in their condemnation. Some, such as the Ẹkáàbọ, who were Igbo-speaking, and the Ika, Igbo-speaking, similarly deployed the looting of their farms by Biafran soldiers. you know, when you hear that some people say that they are not anything, apart from the fact that there's also identity, differences in identity, there's also the remembrance of what was done to them. By the way, let me just stop to quickly say something. This looting of farms that happened in the Midwest also happened in rivers. There's a book I recommend. I always talk about this book. I think it's the most popular book from the South. But two of them, they're very popular books from the South on the happenings around the world. That's Sunset in Biafra by Elechi Amadi and On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa. Those are good books to understand what happened to people. And also the one that you find in Redomi Global. Oh, I didn't pin it on YouTube. Let me pin it now. Join Redomi Global. You find this book by Nebo Graham Douglas. The book is called Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. Right? Sunset in Biafra by Elechi Amadi. On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa. And then Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. Let's go back. With grievances, again, we are reading the book by Uyilawa Oswanlele. The book is called Midwest States Non-Igbo Minorities Responses to Biafra Invasion and Federal Government's Liberation. It's a mouthful, but yeah. Let's continue. With grievances against the oppression and depredation of Biafran soldiers, resentment of the occupation, growing insecurity, and propaganda of the federal government, the non-Igbo people resorted to active and passive resistance, including sabotage of the Biafran administration. Most civil servants, sorry guys, killing you, it will kill you. What's your name, sir? DJ Solution King. Killing you softly. Mix tonight, eh? It will kill you softly. As non-tribal domination, but an administrator had to continuously appeal to the civil servants to return to work and view the occupation as non-tribal domination, but as an effort to keep the Midwest neutral in the Midwest. Incidents of clashes between non-Igbo youths and Biafran soldiers were recorded in Sapele, in the Urobo areas, and in Uromi, in the Ishan area. It was even reported that there was fear of a general uprising against the administration, which had become panic-stricken before the capture of the major towns by the federal troops. I think I should let's finish this thing with how the federal troops took over, and then we now go to what happened at Ore. After Ore, we then go to the trial of those leaders. The Biafran invasion of sorry, guys. Like I said, I read fast, so sorry. If I wasn't reading this thing out, I would have finished what I'm reading right now, but because I have to say it with my brain. All right, so let's slow down. The Biafran invasion from police action to declaration of total war on Biafra. The federal government deployed the army, navy, and air force to push back the Biafran army that had crossed the Midwest state into Ore and Okene in western and Kwara states. By the way, that part is now in Kogi state, the Okene part. By 19 August, the federal army entered the Midwest from the north with the capture of Ososo, followed by strings of successes in capturing more towns in subsequent days. They were aided by guerrilla activities, clandestine intelligence work, and sabotaging of Biafran soldiers and administration by non-Igbo volunteers. The Federal Air Force bombing of Benin Airport on 30th August, combined with the successes of the naval attacks from the sea, emboldened the local people to riot and attack Biafrans in Warri. In spite of its deteriorating relations with the non-Igbo people, the Biafran appointed administration further alienated Midwesterners. Listen to this I'm about to read. Please listen to this. In spite of the deteriorating relations with the non-Igbo people, the Biafran appointed administration, that's the one of Mike Albert Okonkwo, that administration further alienated Midwesterners by signing a cooperation agreement with Biafra and related matters, which included of Biafran currency and free movement between Midwest and Biafra. In addition, corporations and industries in the Midwest were required. Listen to this about to read. Man. There's some people in this country, if they tell you that it is sunny, I can assure you it's raining. They're just in a room, it's just a padded room. That's why you cannot hear the noise of the rain. It says here, I'll tell you again. These guys, the Biafran guys and the folks in the Midwest, led by Albert Okonkwo, had a cooperation agreement. And what's there? It's on economic, finance, and related matters, which means that number one, which included the use and acceptance of Biafran currency and free movement between the Midwest and Biafra. In addition, a little bad gone, corporations and industries in the Midwest were required to remit their revenue to Enugu in Biafra. But they are just going to Lagos. They're just going to Lagos. We are telling companies, industries in the Midwest, the ones that were created even by AWO, because I need to put these things in perspective. Some of the industries in the Midwest at the time were created by Papao. Some were later created by their own regional government. Then there were private organizations. So essentially, every company that is making something for that region, they should be sending money to Enugu. Meanwhile, Ojukwu wants us to believe that he's just going through that place. He doesn't have any on his way out. He's not on his way to Lagos. I understand now. I mean, when I was reading this, I understand why Ojukwu instructed Banjo not to talk to the administrator in the Midwest. Because of the plans they had. How would you expect folks in the Midwest to be sending revenue to Enugu and you claim that you're not occupying their area? If you're young, I always ask me, why it's something like that? This is why. This is why. I'm trying not to go deep into it. That's why I stopped. But I hope people got what I'm trying to say. Let's continue. With the routing of Biafran troops in Ore and Okene, the retreating Biafran forces resorted to the destruction of the bridges and culverts between Ore and Benin to delay federal advance. Excuse me. Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Mohammed, who led the federal troops from Okene, informed of the inhuman atrocities of the rebels. Please listen to this. So, this is not to justify everything Murtala Mohammed did, but it gives a perspective, okay? Lieutenant Colonel Okene informed of the inhuman atrocities of the rebels. And killed whole families who refused to give them food. I've said it several times. The Asaba massacre was terrible. Terrible. You can't excuse it, but you must understand it. Not excuse, but understand it. What Murtala did, but the question is, do we ever ask why? And I'm not saying it's justifiable, but it is understandable or long. Why? Because if you hear news that these guys are doing this, they are killing people, they are taking over places, they are doing this, they are looting, they are raping, they are anybody that's not able, they are killing. When you get there, and they're not told you that they have been supported largely by Igbo people. Again, unjustifiable, but sincerely, it's important to understand the stories behind it. So when it says that whole families were killed for refusing to give Biafran soldiers food, uncovered a Biafran detention and execution camp. And freed the surviving local Midwestern and Northern Nigerian inmates. Sabongida Ora, that's the hometown of Ike Mokwede. It's the present day Edo State. They had whenever you read some of these things, you'll be thinking you are in Nazi Germany. You are somewhere looking at Hitler and his Nazi men doing terrible stuff. Why would you have detention camps and execution camps in a place that you're not planning to stay? Bro Soka says it was definitely justifiable. I tried. And yes, you're right, there were concentration camps. Even in Rivers State, there were concentration camps. Concentration camps were in Abonema, in Degema, in parts of outside Port Harcourt, Eleme. They had concentration camps in all those places. It's sad. But you see, the craziest part is that for a person who is not, and I know I'm repeating this thing over and over again, but I'm making a point. For a person who says that he's just going to Lagos, why would you build concentration camps? Why would you be executing people in their own land? But you say you're just going to Lagos. It says here again, in Sabogida Ora, the Federal Army uncovered a Biafran detention and execution camp and freed the surviving local Midwestern and Northern Nigerian inmates. The impending collapse of the occupation force in the Midwest became imminent by mid-September, with the increasing diminution of non-Igbo areas under Biafran control and the advance of the Federal Army in the Midwest. As Orobato forces increased their screening of movement of the non-Igbo and killing at the slightest provocation and suspicion. These restrictions and killings, particularly in Benin City, led to demonstrations against Biafrans by women in Benin City. By the way, some of these things here are also in newspapers from that time, from 1967. Some of these references are to newspaper articles. As federal troops closed in on Benin City, the Biafran troops became disorganized and retreated haphazardly every time. Where was Oba of Benin? What would they do? Is it the Oba that was forced to be asking people to send food to Biafra? Okonkwo told him to tell people, to appeal to people to send stuff to Biafra. Kubo on YouTube. What you just said right now, is it in that stuff? Is it in that book? What you just said right now, is it in that book? Please say yes or no, so I will know. Because what you said now is very, 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 very powerful. It's a book I read over the weekend. But we'll talk about that later. So it says here again, as federal troops closed in on Benin City, the Biafran troops became disorganized and retreated haphazardly. On Salo, on Fonka Bino weather. Oh, it's not there. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kupo. Since they were not very conversant with the terrain, they either shot their way through and in the process killed innocent civilians, or became easy victims of the federal troops and non-Igbo mobs that aided them. Correspondent was due. A vehicle full of enemy Biafran troops drove Benin had fallen. The fighting that followed accounted for 20 or more bodies seen by many outside the general hospital. In addition, the The large number of Igbo killed by the federal forces was a direct result of the difficulty in differentiating between Biafran soldiers and Igbo civilians. I'll stop and say something. To be honest, Biafran soldiers did not wear uniforms. Many of them, not all shower, but many of them did not wear uniforms. Remember what Adewale Ademoyiga said after I got to Benin from Warri? Guys, if you are here, please power tap on TikTok. We're on Amber Alert. Please. Thank you. Let's get this to 200K, and also let's try and surpass yesterday. But please, let's power tap. Thank you, Kubo, on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. Thank you very much. TikTok, please. By the way, if you're on YouTube and you heard the word power tap, it just means. So, you know, on YouTube, you have to go and click on the thumbs up. On Twitter, on TikTok, this is power tapping. Or power. So you're able to do like maybe instead of saying like you can do 10 or 100 or as many as possible, because that's how this app is configured. So please power tap. So it says here, remember now, many of the Biafran soldiers in the Midwest especially did not have uniforms. So that doesn't look like I'm lying. I'm going to read something to you from Adewale Ademoyiga. It says here on page 204. The book is called Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyiga. He says, Ifajuna took me to Edokpolo Army Barracks, where my unit was located. I was to command a newly assembled battalion, which was to be part of the 12th Brigade that was built to forge its way to Ibadan. He introduced me to the men of the battalion. Everybody was a new soldier. The best had been trained for only 5 days. They were merely clothed in military uniforms and brought down. Only a handful of them had weapons at all. They came in civilian vehicles, mostly cars. That was all. I was to organize them into formation, appoint non-commissioned officers, warrant officers, and field commissioned subalterns. No, this is not the one. I think I'm reading a different book. Can you imagine? What I wanted to read is actually inside this book. It says, even before the entry of the Federal Army into the Midwest states, Biafran soldiers were known to wear civilian clothes to disguise their presence, particularly when searching for northern Nigerians and saboteurs among the non-Igbo. After the federal troops entered the Midwest, the West African correspondent reported that the Biafrans dropped their uniform and wear civilian clothes. So when there's doubt about a man's allegiance, that's the federal soldiers, have to shoot. I'll take that part again. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for it in the wrong book. So it's in Uyilawa's book. It says here, the large number of Igbo killed by the federal forces was a direct result of the difficulty in differentiating between Biafran soldiers and Igbo civilians. Even before the entry of the Federal Army into the Midwest state, Biafran soldiers were known to wear civilian clothes to disguise their presence, particularly when searching for northern Nigerians and saboteurs among the non-Igbo. So, they're looking for people that all the suspects and all of those things. Anybody they suspected, they will not to find them. They will not dress as soldiers. They will wear mufti, civilian clothes. So it says, after the federal troops entered the Midwest, the West African correspondent reported that, quote, the Biafrans drop their uniform and wear civilian clothes, so when there is any doubt about a man's allegiance, the federal soldiers have to shoot. And that's why a lot of Igbos died. Again, it's unfortunate, but just so I should highlight that. Somebody says some of these unconventional military tactics caused dire consequences for civilian population. Absolutely. Absolutely. The problem is that so when you hear about the massacre, again, like I always say, the massacre, Asaba massacre, all those things, terrible things. But it's also important to understand some of the nuances. Moreover, some Biafran recruits had no uniforms, and this made it difficult to differentiate between Igbo civilians and Biafran soldiers. Oh, now I remember why I wanted to read Ademoyega's book. I remember now. Now let me read it. I remember now. Let me read why I wanted to read Ademoyega's book. He was talking about himself. He says here, I remember that I myself, this is page 204. I remember that I myself should be in uniform, but I had none whatsoever, and my men had none to spare. I rushed to the headquarters, got hold of Ifajuna, and collected a pair of his own uniform, his only spare. When I put it on, it had this new badge of the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. That's what I was looking for. So it was he who didn't even have clothes at that point. It was just necessary at the moment to protect the Federal Army. I agree, because if, for instance, let's say, for instance, the army, you see somebody wearing civilian clothes, and you're not sure where they belong. Let's say the person is a soldier, you could get your people in trouble. And since they've already done this thing where you could change your clothes at will, sadly, those ones have to do what they have to do. Again, let's all be obeying the laws. There are laws of engagement. Sorry guys, 1 second. All right, let's go on. The killing of civilian Igbo was also influenced by a directive from the Federal Army leadership. The killing of civilian Igbo was also influenced by a directive from the Federal Army leadership. On entering Benin City, the general officer commanding the federal troops gave directives to the inhabitants to assist the federal troops in locating an eventual destruction of the rebels that may be hiding around the Midwest. This was the signal for the non-Igbo to search and point out the Igbo, both soldiers and civilians, to the mobs and federal soldiers, who then killed them. Some Igbo refugees in Benin City told a newspaper report that, quote, the Benis did the pointing and the soldiers did the shooting. Don't blame the Benizo, because when they were being beaten and, killed by the Biafrans, by the way, I always say something about the way Biafrans move. Well, I don't even like calling them Biafrans because I think there's nothing like Biafra. But then there were Biafrans. The way they move generally is that they will do something, right? And then they will sometimes expect, let me say it this way. You know how you slap a person and then you expect the person to also slap you back? What people forget is that just because you slapped me does not mean I will not hit you with a plank. Which is why don't bother hitting anybody. Just let everybody live in peace. It may not be commensurate. And yes, they may say the person is bad and all of those things, but you'll be suffering from the consequences, no matter what people say about the person who hit you. So it's better for you not to even start it at all. If you slap a person, they might hit you with a club, which is what usually happens in this sad history. So he says there are indications that the federal soldiers initially did not discriminate or exercise restraint in their killings, sadly. As documented by Akpenino, they also killed innocent non-Igbo civilians who looked like Igbo, and they were suspected of hiding Igbo or were identified as collaborators. That was where the federal soldiers also messed up. That was sad. The first 2 days following the Federal Army's capture of Benin City were characterized by indiscriminate killings by federal soldiers who were assisted by civilians, many of whom seized the opportunity to settle personal scores and loot Igbo properties. Somebody said, let it be like that. Ah. Oh, God, it's Ibino. Reports of these atrocities committed by federal soldiers and appeals by religious leaders, particularly the Roman Catholic Church, resulted in new orders being given to the soldiers. There were repeated announcements of punishment for people who pointed out Igbos and looted their properties, and instructions to report or hand over captured Igbos to the police. Given the haphazard and uncoordinated nature of the killings, it is difficult to ascertain the precise number of Igbos killed in these towns. While early reports claimed that hundreds of Igbos had been killed, later reports cast doubts on this. What was certain, however, was that Igbo civilians were killed and some of their properties were looted. What you hear in Nigeria history from certain people is the last part I just read right now, not the other part of what the Igbos did in the Midwest. Please give me a couple of seconds. I need to switch the audio source. But while we're here, please power tap. Let's share the live. Hope you're having a great time. Hello, everybody. Hope you're feeling fine. All right. Let us switch. Thank you, guys. Guys, please, we have Amber Alert. Please, let's power tap. Thank you. Gorilla, who they look for Isla? Troops now because we are reading the account now. Yes. But you see, like I said earlier, if you were Murtala Mohammed, let me tell you something. Murtala Mohammed, do you know that when the July 66 coup happened, he was actually going to go to the east and, essentially break up from the country. And then when he would have gone to the east. But what he wanted to do was to break Nigeria, first of all. The Shah said we must stay together. Thanks for the gift. Instead to stay together. Then the guys in the east started doing their own. But normally, so on his way to the east, they now told him in 67, this is what they are doing now. They are killing people, they are raping people, they are eating their food. As he got there, who are they? Now, here's the problem. Who are they? Soldiers. Who are they? Where are they? They look like civilians. They are wearing civilian clothes. Oh yeah, Mark Pagmondan. Terrible stuff. Terrible. But like I said, what were you even looking for in the Midwest in the first place? Thank you for the gift. Please, let's power tap. Thank you for the gift. I really appreciate it. What were you looking for in the Midwest? Because those Midwestern Igbo, those one have already fought money because of connection with, which is why. Thank you very much, Mr. Michael. War is not good for anything, which is why we say this. Let us learn from the past. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. It's a lot better than folks just doing like this. Let's fight again. Some people send me message. Some people write things in the comment section or send me personal message. I'm like, or maybe on TikTok or how are you like this? Do you really think that this is the path to life? Because it's the path to death. And the point is that your children will be the ones crying, just like you are crying for your parents. Sensible people will understand that it's animals that won't repeat the same mistakes. May God make people humans. I don't even understand the prayer I just pray right now, but God understands. Number.
Amidst the chaos, some non-Igbo protected Igbo from attacking mobs and soldiers.
Amidst the chaos, some non-Igbo protected Igbo from attacking mobs and soldiers, and even disguised them to facilitate their escape. Many Igbos were saved in this way. Even in those terrible first 2 days, one newspaper correspondent reported, quote, "Some 200 men, women and children have sought protection from the military administrator and are being lodged at the Benin District School," end quote. On 27 September, the number had risen to 600. By October, the number had fallen to some 300 Igbo refugees because some had been repatriated home or to safe places, while those who could not be repatriated were housed in Benin City Prison for their security. Their relocation to the prison was also to reopen the schools, where the protected Igbo civilians were initially accommodated, which had been closed throughout the period of the Biafran occupation. Within a few days, the killings and lootings in the non-Igbo areas had stopped, and even the Igbo who were captured in the other major non-Igbo towns, such as Sapele, were repatriated to Benin City for protection by the government. Nonetheless, there was ill feeling and hostility between the Igbo and the non-Igbo, and this made living together difficult. It was reported that the non-Igbo people were apprehensive of the Igbo, who were feared and suspected of sabotage. Oh wow, thank you. Thank you for the gift. Imani. Thank you. So he says, it was reported that the non-Igbo people were apprehensive of the Igbo, who were feared and suspected of sabotage. While the government and the local Midwest administration were reining in the federal army and the non-Igbo mobs, the retreating Biafran soldiers were attacking civilians in the non-Igbo areas. I'll read that part again. While the federal government and the local Midwest administration were reining in the federal army and the non-Igbo mobs, the retreating Biafran soldiers were attacking civilians in the non-Igbo areas, particularly in the villages. There were reported cases of seizure of vehicles and other properties by the retreating Biafrans and killing of the owners. In Abudu, a Benin-Edo border town with the Ika, Igbo-speaking, retreating Biafran soldiers were alleged to have killed one Anthony Stevens, a British teacher, and stolen his car. They were also accused of killing over 300 inhabitants, whose bodies were dumped in the river, destroying the bridge, and vandalizing and looting the teachers' college. In Uronigbe, another Benin-Edo border town with the Okwani, Igbo-speaking, similar atrocities of killings, lootings, were reported. These reports suggest a pattern of killings of non-Igbos in the Midwestern Igbo areas before these areas were liberated from Biafra and came under full federal control. Like the number of Igbo civilians killed in the reprisal attacks, the exact number of non-Igbo killed by Biafran soldiers is difficult to determine. This is largely because after the war, both the federal government and the Midwest government concerned themselves with reconciliation. I'm going somewhere. I want to say something. Both the federal government and the Midwest government concerned themselves with reconciliation and reconstruction rather than documenting the atrocities for the purpose of punishing the perpetrators. That was a mistake. What is reconciliation? I'll stay here for a bit, then we'll go back to the other book. What on earth is reconciliation? Igbos were killed, non-Igbos were killed. Igbos committed atrocities. We have 300 from a place. Nobody will mention how Igbo killed 300 people. They'll just be shouting, massacre, massacre. They were part of the massacre. But I think it's important not just to sweep things under the carpet in the name of reconciliation. Because again, you are assuming that you are dealing with civilized people, with all due respect. It's an assumption. Because you see, if we don't talk about it, then somehow we are going to heal and move on. But that's not what has happened in Nigeria. You don't talk about it, therefore you create a vacuum. And then the other group, which by the way has a lot of questions to answer, then fills that vacuum with propaganda and lies and victimhood and marginalization tales. And then the rest of the country is hoodwinked and blackmailed into assuming that this group was just defenseless victims that you went to torture. But it's really not their fault. You created it by creating a vacuum. If there was no reconciliation mindset, the federal action could have been worse. No. What happened in the U.S. Civil War? Did they not reconcile? We will reconcile, but we're going to know everything you did. What happened in Yoruba War? Do we not mention the people the leaders of Ekiti, the leaders of Ibadan, the things that happened, we'll talk about everything. And if today somebody from one town tries to gaslight the other town, that other town also has a story, which is why I don't believe in all this nonsense that people are doing in 2025, trying to make one town bigger than the other and saying that one town is the king, is the leader of everybody in a particular place. I'm like, what kind of nonsense is this? There was a war. These people broke free from this group. You are telling me that they are the leader because you prefer them. That we did this in our own history. You will say, you say it. None of this thing of we're looking for peace. Which peace have we found now? 55 years later, you see people that supposedly went to school. The only thing they took from school is English language. They can speak. That's all. Brain, no day. Just they talk nonsense. Oh, see what you did to us. See what you did to us. Why are they able to say that? Because that's the only thing their parents told them. Why are we blackmailed by that? Because our parents told us nothing. Why? Because we want peace and reconciliation. What happened in the Midwest? What happened in Rivers? What happened in Calabar? What happened in Ogoja? What happened in Abonema? What happened in Degema? What happened in Eleme? What happened in Sapele, in Wari, in Ugeli, in Benin, in Auchi? Why don't we talk about those things? You'll be hearing that, oh, we are the victims, we are the victims, we are the victims. Somebody said Chimamanda Adichie was telling the world on LinkedIn the Eastern version of the war. And the Eastern version of the war is that version that makes them the perpetual victim, the sole victim of every narrative. The sole victim of the war and the perpetual victim in every narrative. The kind of things these guys did. And guess what? I don't even blame them for doing it. This is the crazy part. I think it's a war. No, I actually blame them. I don't lie. I blame them. I blame them. All this no retreat, no victor, no vanquish. There is a victor. It was Nigeria. There was a vanquished. It was Igbo people. It wasn't even Biafra. That's the point. Biafra was not vanquished. It was Igbo people that were vanquished. And what this man said, I'll see if I can find that video. What Yakubu Gowon said again. You know, this godly, churchy way is a good thing. I also think people should think of that. But life doesn't always work like that. Mumbo. I'll see if I can quickly find it. I would like to play that thing. I saw that video. Give me a second. called Go On. It's the best thing to happen to Igbo people. But no, they're always insulting him. If Murtala Mohammed was the head of state at that time, oh my God. Oh my God. Let's just thank God. One second. Let's just thank God for his favors and his mercies. Because all these ones that everybody's saying, you know, I see them dump on him, insult Go On. You should be thanking your stars and thanking the fact that someone like Go On was the one in charge. I'll see if I can find that video. I want to play you something. So I want you to feel his heart. It wasn't about trying to destroy people or by normal day, you don't have to destroy people, but you have to let people know exactly what they did. So people's parents messed up in Nigeria, and it's important for them to know. So that you can guilt trip them, no. So that you can tell them to shut up and stop guilt tripping you. That's the reason. And if they ever want to find healing, they should find healing in that information. If they don't want to find healing, that's their business, but they should stop guilt tripping the rest of us. One second. I want to find that video. It was something about the medals. Has anybody here seen that video? Where he was talking about how he wasn't going to give out medal. I found it. Oh, God is good. Please take a listen to this. I have to switch about it. Just send money to the account details. Thank you. Please, guys, take a listen to this. Sorry.
The Nigerian army gives no medals in this civil war. I asked the commander-in-chief, head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, why?
I will hate tomorrow, when the war is over, and we sit around the table with an Igbo officer, and he asks, what is that medal? And I say, it is the Okiwi medal, it is the Umahi medal, it is the Onitsha medal, it is Enugu medal, it is Port Harcourt medal, and that this is the war for, the war against, the Igbos. They said we hate to sort of have that sort of feeling because it will make the child feel as though, he's a conquered sort of person.
The Nigerian army gives
one more time.
No medals in this civil war. I asked the commander-in-chief. The Nigerian army gives no medals in this civil war. I asked the commander-in-chief, head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, why?
I will hate tomorrow, when the war is over, and we sit around the table with an Igbo officer, and he asks, what is that medal? And I say, it is the Okiwi medal, it is the Umahi medal, it is Onitsha medal, it is Enugu medal, it is Port Harcourt medal, and that this is the war for, the war against, the Igbos. They said we hate to sort of, have that sort of feeling because it will make the child feel as though, he's a conquered sort of person.
May I tell you what I discovered? Even without that medal, the reason people act the way they do in Nigeria is because they know they are conquered, with all due respect. May I tell you what I discovered? Even without that medal, the reason people act the way they do in Nigeria is because they know they are conquered, with all due respect. All right. There is a feeling, because whatever makes you to constantly project the idea of victimhood and the things in my mouth, let me not say it, but you get the point. That shows that you know that you have been conquered, which is not a problem. See, this is the interesting part. If you are conquered, you were conquered. But does that mean that that's the end? That's not the end. But this thing of we didn't really conquer, we had no victor, no vanquish, is the only reason people can rise up in the lifetime of Gowon himself to tell Gowon that he was wrong for doing the things that he did in order to help them heal. By the way, Ojukwu did it too in the lifetime of Awo. The terrible way of living, and it's important for Yoruba people to be very, 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 very careful of the propaganda of these things about, oh, we are conquered, we are this. I don't really, I mean, God bless you and your conquered mindset, but nah, not my cup of tea. Now that I've taken that break, let us go back to let's go back to this book, Colonel Victor Banjo. Now, tomorrow we're going to go fully into how it was. Maybe not so much, not much happened at the Oreo front in terms of what we can be saying, but I'll read parts of it. Ogbemudia said, so I want to read something from YouTube. Ogbemudia said the atrocities the Biafrans committed were so bad that it would have made reconciliation impossible. To be honest, let me say something again. He said actually Ogbemudia had the Biafran atrocities in Midwest Commission heated by Justice Omoebo. The findings were said to fill over 20 boxes, which Gowon and Ogbemudia did allow to be published. Thank you for that information. But looking back, to be honest, also I don't blame Gowon. I'm not saying this to say, oh, Gowon did not know what he was doing. He was doing what he thought was best. And you see, hindsight is 2020. We can look back and say he shouldn't have done that, but I'm not blaming him for doing it. I'm just saying that that thing that he did not do is what has to now be done. What he did when he did it, to be honest, it's fair, it's godly. What we are doing right now is also fair and godly. But it's focused on our own generation, our own children. Guys, 1 second. I'm noticing something. Just a second, please. By the way, thank you for the hat and mustache. So what we're doing now is what they were doing was more for let's come together, let's come together. What I'm doing now, coming together is actually secondary. I'm not going to lie. Coming, let's reconcile. The truth shared respectfully. Whatever you now want to make of that, that's on you. Of it is that, you know, reconciliation and unity and whatever. It can be a byproduct effects instead of the cause or causes. You go to the root of the matter, you fix it, and then the effects naturally will become better. So if, for instance, people acknowledge that these things happen, by the way, I'm not making anything. I'm literally reading my things that happened in the day and what was written and newspaper publications from 67 and 68. This is not, there's nothing I'm saying here that is, okay, apart from my own commentary, the sources are real. But the purpose is not to say let us unite. All those let us unite is just nonsense. Respectfully speak. Respectfully. But before we discuss Ore, I think we should quickly mention Obasanjo's meeting. We already did now.